This is an audio test to the live stream, checking audio test to the live stream, Long Beach Community College District Board of Trustees meeting. Once again, audio test, testing audio to the live stream.
All right, everybody, it is 4:29 and a half, coming up on 4:30. We're gonna get started.
So I should contact Jay? Yeah. Okay. You're fine, you're fine.
Okay.
Oh, she did give me a tablet and a pen.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. Today is Wednesday, June 26, 2024. This is the regularly scheduled meeting of the Long Beach Community College District Board of Trustees. My name is Vivian Malaulu. I am your president, and it is currently 4:30 p.m. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Madam Secretary, roll call vote, please. Excuse me, roll call.
Virginia Baxter,
Here.
Herlinda Chico, absent. Vivian Malaulu,
Here.
Uduakcho Intak,
Here.
Sunny Zia.
Here. And for the benefit of the public, Trustee Chico is currently at the White House representing the district at an event at the invitation of Congressman Robert Garcia celebrating LGBTQ Pride Month. I want to make sure I have the correct title. Item 1.3 on the agenda, Madam Secretary, do we have any public comments on closed session items?
No public comments received.
Okay, we have two items under closed session. Item 1.4, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9, one case. And item 1.5, conference with legal counsel pending litigation, 54956.9, Romali versus Long Beach Community College District et al., LASC, case number 24STCV14190. At this time, we will adjourn to closed session, and we will return promptly at 5:30. Thank you. So, what's, all right, everybody, it is 5:30. Dario. It's been a long everything. All right, good afternoon, everyone. The time is 5:30 p.m. Once again, welcome. Today is Wednesday, June 26th, 2024. This is the regularly scheduled meeting of the Long Beach Community College District Board of Trustees. My name is Vivian Malaulu. I am your board president, and we are reconvening after our closed session. Section 2 on the agenda, open session. Item 2.1, calling the meeting to order at 5:30. Item 2.2, we have a guest with us today who will lead us in the flag salute. His name is Mike Gregoric.
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The rotary doesn't apply.
Thank you. And we will, you'll hear a little bit more about who our guest is momentarily. Item 2.3, we have a land acknowledgement. Long Beach City College acknowledges our presence on the traditional ancestral land of the Gabrielino Tongva peoples. This land remains unceded territory. We acknowledge the painful history of genocide and forced removal from this territory. Long Beach City College honors and respects the Gabrielino Tongva ancestors and their connection to this land. Item 2.4, Madam Secretary, roll call, please.
Virginia Baxter.
Here,
Herlinda Chico is absent tonight. Vivian Malauulu.
Here.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk. Sunny Zia.
Here.
Student trustee Manetta.
Thank you. Once again, as a reminder, Trustee Chico is away on district business. She's representing us at the White House as a guest of Congressman Robert Garcia for the LGBTQ Pride Month celebration. So thank you, Trustee Chico, for representing us, and go Vikings. Item 2.5, we have no report on closed session items. Item 2.6, we do have one public comment on agenda items, and this is from Eric Frost Hollins. Eric, are you here? Eric, going once, twice, and there's a possibility we might be able to pick you up later if time permits. Item 2.7, reordering of the agenda. Do I have any requests from my colleagues on the board? Section 3 on the agenda, resolutions and recognitions. We do have 3 recognitions, 2 resolutions and 1 recognition. Item 3.1, we have a resolution on LGBTQIA Pride Month. This is an action item. I need a motion and a second that the Board of Trustees adopt Resolution 062624A, recognizing LGBTQIA plus Pride Month as submitted.
so moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Trustee Baxter, second by Trustee Zia. Any discussion? All right, Trustee Zia?
Of course, I will support this wholeheartedly. Thematic to this resolution, President Malauulu, you mentioned that Trustee Chico is representing the district at the White House. I know typically it's the board president or the vice president. Can you say a little bit more about her being selected to go to represent us on this wonderful Pride Month, and a little bit more about that, if it's possible?
I can say that Congressman Robert Garcia invited obviously board leadership. I was not able to attend. I'm here running the meeting. Trustee Baxter, same thing, was not able to attend. I was traveling, I actually flew in from Canada today. I was away at work, and Trustee Baxter will be leaving tomorrow. And because of the work that Trustee Chico has done with these resolutions in the LGBTQIA, she recently was awarded at the Black and White Gala last Saturday. She's just done a tremendous amount of work for the LGBTQ community. Between Trustee Baxter and Dr. Munoz and I, it was pretty consensus there that it should be Trustee Chico representing us.
That sounds great. I'll fully support that.
Thank you. Any other discussion on this item? Okay, so we do have speakers. I'd like to go ahead and take the vote first on the resolution, and then we'll have our guests come up. And then in suit with what we've been doing lately, we'll have all the resolution and recognition photos at the same time. That way the board just goes down one time. So, Madam Secretary, roll call vote, please.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk. Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion carries, and now we've got two speakers, Dr. Jerome Hunt and Dr. Irania Freeman. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm going to speak on behalf of the Pride Month Planning Committee first, and I just want to say on behalf of the committee, I would like to thank the college for ensuring the LGBTQIA+ community always is welcome and has a safe and welcoming space to come to. We definitely really appreciate that, especially at this time when the community is constantly under attack on the state level, and we appreciate the support by the college to make sure that this is a safe and affirming place for all to be in. And I'm also proud to say that our Lavender graduation has grown tremendously over the last few years. We had the most students this past year. Each year we keep seeing that this event is very impactful for the community, for their friends and family, and we're thankful for that support to continue that. We also had a wonderful Pride Month kickoff right before finals, where we had a great time with a lot of different resources. A number of students came out and really definitely enjoyed themselves. And we're gonna kick off close out the month, I should say, with a drag bingo fundraiser tomorrow night in T1200 from 5 to 7 p.m. Benefits from the fundraiser will go to our LGBTQIA+ Student Scholarship Fund. It's gonna be hosted by drag queen Roxy Wood, who also hosts at the Bungalow on Thursday night. So they're coming here first and then going over to the Bungalow to host drag bingo. So we hope that the community will come out to enjoy a night of drag bingo. So on behalf of the Juneteenth committee, I would like to thank the college for its continued commitment to the Black African American students, faculty, and staff. The college constantly ensures that their words are not just mere words, but that we make LBCC a great place for Black African Americans to study, work, and build community. Last night, we had the pleasure of presenting a world premiere stage reading of Walk Right Up to the Sun, a one-woman choreo poem with griot chorus written by Shernay Dr. Nay Phillips, PhD, and directed by Alvin Ford Jr. A Walk Right Up to the Sun is a choreo poem that centers on Black joy outside of the confines of the Black joy that we've come to expect without pain or trauma. Instead, Walk Right Up to the Sun is about finding the light of freedom even in the times of demise and despair. This wonderfully crafted piece featured our new LBCC alum and superstar student, April Brown, who gave stage directions during the reading. She did a really wonderful job, so I just want to give a big, huge shout out to April for stepping in and being part of our Juneteenth celebration. And while we were unable to give out our 1865 awards, which honors a Black African American LBCC student, LBCC faculty or staff member, and a community member who exemplifies commitment to the advancement of the Black African American community, we will share more details in the fall as to when they will be awarded. So I just want to thank you once again for ensuring that the Black African American students, faculty, and staff feel seen, heard, respected, and at home at LBCC. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Did you say anything?
I would just like to say thank you again for your unwavering support. It's been an amazing opportunity for our Black faculty staff and our Black Faculty and Staff Association to feel seen and to feel heard. And being able to participate in a number of events has really increased the sense of community, the sense of belonging, and the sense of working together and providing some mentorship opportunities. So thank you all again for your time and your support. Thank you.
Thank you both. I appreciate you kind of getting a little bit ahead into the next agenda item, recognizing the Juneteenth celebration, but that's okay. So, no, you're good, you're good. So with that, we're gonna move on. If, you know, I don't know if you wanna say a few words again, but we're gonna go on to item 3.2 on the agenda, which is recognizing Juneteenth. This is also an action item. I will need a motion and a second that the Board of Trustees approve Resolution 062624B, recognizing Juneteenth as submitted.
So move. Oh, I'll second.
So I think I heard Trustee Untuck with the motion, Trustee Zia with the second. Any discussion on this item?
Hey, I just want to say thank you for bringing this forward, President Malauulu. This is our resolutions are official policies of the district that we take great pride and pleasure in voting on, but also it's a collaborative process that we have folks give different historical facts, actions that we've done. It's only, I believe this is the third year Juneteenth is an official federal national holiday. And so it's great we recognize it, and also want to recognize and thank Carl Kemp, who's here with us today, for his work in the city on Juneteenth that happened down at Long Beach Arena back on the 15th. It was a great event, and happy to support that event. And so we have on-campus events, we have community events, but it's just a great time to formally recognize the holiday and the work that goes on campus to support the community and our students.
Thank you. Anyone else? I would also like to echo Trustee Untuck's remarks. As many of you know my story, I grew up in an African-American household. I knew what Juneteenth was long before I knew what Cinco de Mayo was. And it wasn't until I got older and started celebrating Cinco de Mayo that I even knew that that was an event, because my family celebrated Juneteenth. So it was very special to me as well. And because I've been away for work for the past couple of weeks, I missed a lot of these celebrations. So it's just a joy to be able to follow them on social media. And Carl, I too am really proud of the work you did. I saw some of the clips that you did with the city event, and it was just phenomenal. So thank you, and I'm very happy that our very own Carl orchestrated that. So thank you for doing that. All right, so we do have the motion and the second. Any additional discussion? All right, Madam Secretary, we'll take a roll call vote on that.
Student Trustee Mineta is absent. Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk.
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion carries. And now would be the time to talk about Juneteenth. All right, thank you very much. So I'm going to take a bit of presidential privilege here. Item 3.3 is recognizing our outgoing student trustee who is not with us. She's running a little bit late. We're going to give her a pass. She's been here faithfully at every meeting. So when she arrives, we'll return to item 3.3, but right now we're going to do our Juneteenth photos and our LGBTQIA photos. So if my colleagues will join me below the dais, we'll take those pictures. Thank you, everybody. Moving on to section 4 on the agenda, item 4.1, ASB President Report. Coco DeBard, is this your last ASB President Report? Aw, Coco, welcome. Thank you for being here, even though it's summer.
Yes, well, it's great to see all of you. And as all of us know, our commencement took place on June 6th. So we got to see so many students walk the stage, have their landmark achievement, and start new journeys. To follow up with that, our E-building has officially been moved to our swing space in Building B. So all student life activity and clubs will be overseen until further notice at Building B. Although most of May was filled with elections for us and finals, we did make sure to continue our mission to make healthcare more accessible and destigmatize healthcare by doing Plan B distributions on campus. And I'd like to announce that with 320 tablets distributed, we saved students over $16,000 in healthcare. Regardless of our moving status, our celebration of Pride Month is in full swing. So we had our kickoff event on June 4th, our sip and paint on June 5th, and tomorrow we'll have our drag bingo fundraiser in T1200 from 5 to 7. With that, our new ASB president and trustee will be taking over next month. As outgoing president, I am genuinely excited to see what's in store for our cabinet and our students next year. I'm coming back to visit, for sure. Incoming President Shamini Karas could not make it today. She apologizes, but she looks forward to seeing you next month. And with that, that is my report. Thank you very much.
Coco, I'm pretty confident that I'm speaking on behalf of my colleagues on the board to thank you for your professionalism and your dedication and all the great work you've done as our ASB president. Your term was marked with a lot of great, highly attended student events, a lot of school spirit, and a lot of that has to do with your leadership. So we look forward to many great things from you, and we certainly hope you do plan on keeping in touch. And you did a very, very good job, well done here for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
President Malauulu, is it okay
Yes,
if I-
Trustee Zia.
Echoing President Malauulu's points, Coco, I know I've said this to you before, but you're so stunning in every way. I'm so infinitely proud of you, and you're just pure human goodness. And to see you in action, I saw you today at the mayor's event and at the port. It's just wonderful, and I'm so grateful to have students like you who are representing us and making us proud. I'm very, very proud that you're going to UCLA. I can't wait to hear about your many achievements and accomplishments. And as we say, mazel tov, congratulations.
Thank you. Item 4.2, once again, I'm gonna take some privilege on that and return when our student trustee is here. Item 4.3, Academic President Report. Dr. Jerome Hunt, take it away.
Thank you. Good evening, Board President Malauulu, Superintendent President Munoz, distinguished board members and colleagues. I would like to begin my report by commending the faculty for their hard work and dedication this past year. I hope that you are all able to enjoy some much needed rest, relaxation, and rejuvenation. It was a pleasure to witness so many of our students accomplish their goals of earning a degree or certificate a few weeks ago. I want to wish all our graduates the best as they embark on their next endeavor. Now I would like to let you know about some new faculty leadership. Stepping in as a credit for prior learning coordinator will be Jeff Whelan. Our new faculty professional development coordinator is Heather Dye. And I would like to take this time to thank our outgoing FPD coordinator, Veronica Alvarez, for her great tenure. Your hard work, dedication, and commitment to the position will not be forgotten. Thank you for growing the position, providing PD that ensured that our minds, body, and soul were improved, and for ushering in the Vision Resource Center for all of our flex needs. I would also like to welcome Leslie Forehand to the Senate Exec Board. She is joining us as a campus-wide representative. And continuing is Christine Charles Bohannon, who will be continuing as Vice President, Anjali Francois as Secretary Treasurer, Haley Nguyen as Legislative Liaison, Lorraine Bloom as our second campus-wide representative, and Colin Williams will be returning as our Curriculum Chair. So in conclusion, I'm glad to have witnessed another great year we have had here in terms of pushing equity even further on the campus. It has been an honor to serve this year as the Senate President, and I would like to thank everyone for making my first year in the position as smooth as possible. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Hunt. You did a great job as well this year. Item 4.4, Classified Senate President. Oh, I'm sorry.
No.
They're with you, right?
Yeah.
Trustee Untuck. Item 4.4, everybody's overly enthusiastic today. It's got the end of the academic year jitters here. All right, item 4.4, Classified Senate President Report, Benjamin Chase. Take it away, and I see that you've got some guests here.
Yeah, thank you for that, Cabinet. I wanted to start off with the slide. It was kind of funny. I didn't even know this was happening. I started getting this texted to me by a bunch of people, and I didn't know that was from the live stream at commencement. So I wanted to show Lee and I leading the pack onto the stage for it. Thank you. I think Jerome might have been the one responsible for doing that photo and streaming it for that. So it was really cool. Next slide, please. For it. Jonathan Tejada is on vacation right now. He is our newly elected LAC Vice President, but I also wanted to show off Jonathan at commencement with his wife, who got to announce his name at the ceremony. She works at the college as well for it. And our other colleague, Kim Heyman, who was super responsible for making sure we stayed in order and taken care of in having our good procession and students in their seats. Next slide. Come on, Sharon. So up now, I would like each of my colleagues that are here tonight to introduce themselves and the role that they serve in the area that they work on campus.
Thank you, Ben. I'm Sharon McMahon, and I'm the Secretary for the Classified Senate, just starting my second term. I also work as an instructional assistant in the World Languages Department lab, and I serve on several participatory governance committees to represent the Senate as well as all classified professionals at the college. And I greatly appreciate your support, continuing support of classified professionals. I see it only getting better for all of us at the college. I truly believe we're all in this together, and the more we feel that we're on equal footing with other constituent groups on campus, the more we can all help our students succeed. So thank you.
Hello to the board. My name is Ashley Williams. I am the new Classified Senate Treasurer, and I work as an administrative assistant in the Strong Workforce Department, and I'm happy to be here. This is my first year, and I'm just ready to get in and do some great work for our Classified Senate.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jasmine Bluen. I am a new PCC Senator. I am an instructional lab coordinator for our PCC Multidisciplinary Success Center. I'm excited to become more involved with what's going on with the college, and I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, everybody. My name is Grace Galvez. I'm the new communications coordinator. I previously served as the executive senator the past 3 years, so I'm excited for the new position. Glad to be here, and thank you to everyone.
Hi everyone, how's it going? My name is Matthew Sagata. I'm executive senator, visual media arts, and I run the labs in the sculpture program. So come down, say hi sometime.
Thank you, everybody. So the folks that are not with us presently, Ariane Lee is in transit, so I have a feeling she's going to miss because she works at the PCC campus. She is our elected PCC vice president. Stephanie Banales is our executive senator, continuing from last year. Next slide, please, Dario. And so on this slide, you'll see some familiar names in different roles. LaTanya Hardin is an at-large senator for us. Gina Montefiore is back as an at-large senator. Ashley Rippian from athletics is an at-large senator. Tracy Bejarano is a new senator representing LAC. Kim Heyman is the LAC senator who you saw in the pictures earlier. Eva Jimenez works in admissions and records, LAC senator. Newly to our group, Taylor Robertson, LAC senator. And Erica Rodriguez works out of financial aid as an advisor. And then Brenda Ramos, another PCC senator. I do want to share one thing. I am super excited to have our new colleagues with us tonight, especially Jasmine and Ashley, because they offer new insight, new blood, and experience at the college in different ways than we've had before. And so I'm very appreciative of that. Last and final thing, have a safe and happy 4th of July celebration, because I almost forgot. The next time I'll see you will be after 4th of July. So to everyone, please be safe and enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you, Benjamin. As always, excellent report. Item 4.5, LBCC FA Bargaining President Report, Suzanne Engelhardt. Item 4.6, AFT Bargaining President Report, Robert Remeda. Item 4.7, Certificated Hourly Instructors Bargaining President Report, Crystal Huckabee. All right, we're moving on to section 5 on the agenda, 5.1, Superintendent President Report. Dr. Munoz.
Thank you, Board President Malauulu. Good evening. It gives me great pleasure to present my June report to the Board of Trustees. So to start, congratulations to our colleagues who were recognized with the League of Innovation and Community Colleges Innovation of the Year Award. As you know, we have been working hard on improving the sense of belonging for our students at LBCC. In 3 years, the number has gone from 50% of our students reporting a sense of belonging all the way up to 92%. While this has certainly been a college-wide effort, I want to recognize these 5 individuals for their work that contributed to our increased sense of belonging for our students. Carla Aguinaga, Dr. Eric Becerra, Dr. Arania Freeman, Alex Luong, and Justin Mendez. On June 2nd, we had a huge number of campus community members celebrate the start of Pride Month. Here's a video with highlights from our kickoff event.
Welcome to our annual Pride Month kickoff event. Every year, this seems to be getting bigger and bigger and better and better.
It really is my honor to be part of our Long Beach City College's Pride Kickoff Month. I don't know about you, but I still get chills every time I see our Long Beach City College logo with the diverse Pride colors. It really, I think, for me, represents more than just a logo and a brand. It's an invitation to all of our students, letting them know that they are welcome and they belong at Long Beach City College.
Today marks the beginning of a month-long celebration of love, acceptance, and the pursuit of equality.
Our students, you are beautiful. We love you. Thank you, everyone, for being here. And go LBCC.
So there's even still time to join in the festivities. Tomorrow night from 5 to 7 p.m., come play Drag Bingo. Tickets are $25 and proceeds will be for student scholarships. Find out more on the LBCC website. At last month's American Association of University Women, AAUW meeting, Board Trustee Vice President Dr. Baxter received the Connie Inskeep Leadership Award for promoting equity for women and girls through advocacy, education, and philanthropy, as well as leadership within the AAUW. Dr. Baxter is a longtime active AAUW member who has fulfilled many valuable leadership roles over the years. So this was certainly an excellent choice. Congratulations, Dr. Baxter. We are so extremely proud of you. One second, sorry, my page is sticking. We also want to acknowledge and recognize Trustee Erlinda Chico, who was recognized and received the Advocate of the Year Award from the LGBTQ Center Long Beach at their annual Black and White Gala. Big congratulations to Trustee Chico for all the work that she does in support of the LGBTQ plus community. Thank you, Trustee Chico. Oh, and I should mention, she is representing us in DC, and she had the opportunity to meet with First Lady Dr. Jill Biden as well. So thank you, Trustee Chico, for your work. Representatives from LBCC and the foundation were on hand to cheer for student Mark Sosa last month when he was recognized as a scholarship recipient at the annual Cottonwood Luncheon at Rancho Los Alamitos. I want to thank the Rancho for hosting another beautiful and profitable event. More than $200,000 was raised for student scholarships, and we are grateful to the community that supports our students and this wonderful event each year. 69 LBCC students received scholarships from the Port of Long Beach at their Celebrating Education event in May. We had more scholarship recipients than all of the other colleges combined. In addition, the Port announced at this event their new Tools Scholarship, designed to assist new and aspiring tradespeople in launching their careers by helping them purchase their first set of tools. This scholarship is one of the amazing outcomes of the Port's visit to PCC a few months ago. Special thank you to Board President Malauulu for her leadership on this. Thank you, Board President. Exciting news from our workforce development area. LBCC has been awarded more than $10 million in grants to help lead efforts to build a qualified workforce supportive of climate resiliency in Los Angeles and Orange counties. LBCC will receive $9.5 million from the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration's Inflation Reduction Act, Climate Ready Workforce for Coastal and Great Lakes States, Tribes, and Territories initiatives. That was a mouthful. We will also receive $750,000 from the California Water, Wastewater, and Energy Workforce Development Program of the California Municipal Utilities Association. Both grants will address the unique needs of communities disproportionately impacted by climate change and will connect under-resourced workers with training and job placement. Please join me in congratulating our colleagues, Melissa Infusino, Dana Fries, and Adrian Kibler for their work and dedication in securing these grants. Every year, it gets bigger and better. Commencement 2024 was a great success. Faculty, staff, and management worked tirelessly to bring June 6 to fruition for the 1,200 students who participated in our ceremony. Here's a video from that day. I know many folks call Disneyland down the freeway the happiest place on earth, but I really feel like on June 6th, LBCC was the happiest place on earth. It was a beautiful ceremony, and again, I want to thank the entire commencement committee, the many LBCC departments who worked tirelessly, up to this day, and commencement chair, Deborah Miller-Calvert. I always say that commencement is my favorite day of the year, and this one only confirmed that for me. We're a month away from the debut of our Summerfest drone show on Saturday, July 27th. I have to be really honest, the inner geek in me wants to geek out over this. You know, I've talked to many community members, and so many folks share their memories of coming to Vet Stadium for the fireworks show. And you know, as we know, we discontinued that several years ago. So the idea to be able to bring something like this back to the campus is very exciting. The campus community and the community at large are invited to spend the evening at Veterans Memorial Stadium, connecting with Long Beach's first drone show. Enjoy live music, festivities, and food under the beautiful summer sky. Tickets can be purchased on our website. Okay, let's see if I can do this without the waterworks. And finally, tonight marks the last board meeting for the one and only, drum roll please, Jerome Thomas. May I ask Jerome to step out of the control room for a few minutes? Jerome, can you join us please, out front? Go ahead and go up to the podium. To the podium, sir. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to stay on script for a moment, and then I'm going to go off script. After 20 years at LBCC, Jerome will be retiring. On behalf of everyone at LBCC, I just want to thank Jerome for his incredible dedication, artistry, and passion that is clearly reflected in his work. Jerome, we have been so blessed to have a talent such as yours to capture the images, stories of our LBCC campus and community. We will miss you so much, but we're all looking forward to the new stories that you will tell in the future. So please join me in thanking Jerome Thomas and wishing him a happy retirement.
Jerome.
We love you, Jerome.
Jerome, would you like to say a few words? So we would like you to say a few words.
Wow. Oh, boy. This is a moment. What can I say? I am truly blessed. I am. I have loved every moment that I've done, so many of these, and I've never complained. Well, to myself, I didn't complain. I have enjoyed it from day one when I caught the last end of when the meetings were held in the Now bookstore. That's where the meetings were. Dr. Baxter remembers. And so, of course, when the building was built here, I started with my counterpartners at that time, Blake McIntosh and Fred Ross-Manick. There's been so much of a great outpouring for my retirement, and I'm just overwhelmed. And I thank you all for your many, many years of smiles and putting up with my artistic behavior from time to time, and just also just trying to be as good as I possibly could be to make you guys look great. And I didn't have to work a lot to do that, because I think in my heart, all of you guys are great. And I'm not saying it just because I'm retiring. I mean that. And I just tried to do my job, and I hope I did it well. So thank you again for everything. And I'm going to miss you guys, but I'll be around. I'll be at a basketball game, or from time to time, I'll stop in at a board meeting to get some food. So I'll be around. Because the president really brings on the food. So thank you again.
Thank you, Jerome. Jerome, I think the trustees may want to, you might have to stay here for a little bit more Jerome Thomas Love Fest. So just stay with us for a moment. I'll turn it over to board president, and I'm sure the trustees would also want to extend their congratulations.
Thank you, Dr. Munoz. Thank you. I'd like to open it up to my colleagues on the board if they'd like to make a few remarks there.
Jerome, what can I say about you? You're so amazing. Maybe I should put sunglasses on too, because I'm just having waterworks here. I can't help it. You were one of the first few faces I saw 10 years ago, over 10 years ago, when I got on the board. And you just were so kind. You've always been kind. You're the consummately cool cat, as I always like to refer to you, both artistically, and you have a golden heart. I'm so grateful to have met you, to have had the opportunity to work with you, and to be able to serve you as one of our great constituents at the college. Thank you for the work you've done for 26 years. I have been a recipient of that, and I'm so, so grateful to you and proud of you, and I'm really gonna miss you and your smile and just your warmth and energy. I really hope you can come back, even if it's just for food, not the company. We'll take what we can. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, trustee. Thank you very much.
Trustee Baxter.
Yeah, Jerome, I want to say, first of all, thank you for always making me look good, because that's very important. You have a real gift of how to take a shot. And I appreciate that very much. And you know I'm joking, but it's really, really true. And for all your service, You've been at everything, done everything, whatever it was, whatever they asked you to do, you did it. You did it with a smile, and I really appreciate your dedication and your commitment to the college, and I know you're going to be around, so
Thank
I
you.
look forward to seeing you often.
Thank you, thank you, thank you,
Trustee
Trustee
Ntuk.
Baxter.
Yeah, Jerome, I just want to echo the sentiment. Thank you for all you've done. You know, you're a consummate professional. You brought excellence every day to the workplace. Your artistic eye, I really think of you as a problem solver. Like, how do we get the right angle of the light and the background and all the videos? And I really appreciate the time we got to spend together in the pandemic.
Yeah.
Instead of, you know, everything was virtual. You know, we had the virtual graduation recordings and, you know, splice all the video together as if we were all there, even though we were separated. And it was just your skill and expertise and problem solving to help make that a success. So I'm going to miss you. I'll be there tomorrow to celebrate again your retirement. But thank you for everything you did for our college, our institution, and our students. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Trustee Uduak. Thank you.
Jerome, you will be missed. Your professionalism, your always upping the ante with your creative and artistic talent, with your photography, the videos. For those of you who are not aware, for the benefit of the public, Jerome is the man backstage who allows the public to view the meetings, and he's the one manning the cameras during the board meetings. But that's just a very small part of his job. He is everywhere at all times on campus. The board meetings are a small, important part of his job, but no event on campus happens without Jerome being involved somehow, some way, with the creativity, with the way he wants the shot, with the way he wants it produced. So you're a tremendous asset to the communications and the technical aspect of our marketing team. So we really appreciate that. Last month, because I knew that I possibly wasn't going to be here tonight because of work, I mean, I left a work event early to be at this meeting, but I wasn't sure if I'd be able to pull it off. But in anticipation of this being your last meeting and me maybe not being here, I had asked you to lead us in the flag salute last month. So we got that moment for you. But I want to let you know that you're always welcome. And you know how the meetings run. You are usually one of the first ones here and always probably the last one to leave. I remember having a meeting up until 2, 3 in the morning, and you were a trooper.
Yeah.
So thank you. You will be missed. But you know what? Congratulations. May you have a very long, very happy, very healthy retirement. Welcome to every day is Saturday. You don't have to worry about us calling you, asking you for pictures, and this is my good side.
Right.
This is the angle I want. So
Not a
thank you,
problem.
Jerome.
Thank you, Malou.
Thank
Trustee
you.
Malou, thank you so much.
So we continue to celebrate you tomorrow, and we are so, again, just want to extend our deepest appreciation and gratitude to you, Jerome. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you,
Thank you.
everyone. Thank you.
In closing, I want to wish everyone a safe and relaxing summer and thank my LBCC family for another stellar academic year. This concludes my report.
Thank you. And we will move on to item 5.2 on the agenda. This is also an action item. New and/or revised board policy, Chapter 1, the District Board Policy 1200, second reading. I need a motion and a second.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Ntuk, second by Trustee Baxter. This is BP 1200 District Mission. Any comment, discussion?
Can I ask Dr. Munoz just to speak to the updated mission of the college or the district?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Can you speak to the update of this is the updated mission of the college district?
Yes,
Can you
so
talk about what
this
went
was,
into that?
definitely. So as you know, part of our accreditation process, we have to regularly update our mission, vision, statements. There was a process that we went through, and there was an update of a version of our mission statement along with our vision statement. And from the way I understand it, when that process was done, there was a disconnect on the website, and the language didn't match, so we wanted to update it so that there was alignment. So it's really more, this revision is more technical. It actually went through a process with the group that that was essentially the group that was responsible for vetting and kind of helping the construction of the mission vision statement, but this is just to make sure there's alignment. So what's in our board policy and what's on our website and everything, they all line up so that there's not two different versions out there.
Thank you. Any additional discussion? Madam Secretary, roll call vote, please.
Student trustee Mineta, Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe and Tuck.
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Motion carries. Item 5.3, Revised Board Policy and Administrative Procedures, Chapter 3, General Institution Board Policies 3250, first reading, and Administrative Procedure 3250, informational. This is a first reading information item only for BP 3250 and AP 3250. At this time, Trustee Untuck, I'm ready to give the gavel to you and have you run the meeting this evening. At this time, I would like to take privilege and go back to public comment. Our guest is here. Before we move on to section 6 on the agenda, Eric Frost Hollins, come on up. Eric will be speaking on item 7.1, legislative policy update. Welcome.
Thank you, my friends, and thank you for taking me out of order. LA traffic was a nightmare. So one thing, I was at the City of Long Beach Charter Amendment Committee, and it was said that Long Beach City College had taken a position on a charter amendment that's going to change the structure of our civil service. And I was interested by that and reached out and was trying to figure out if the Board of Trustees had actually taken that position and found out that they had not. So I know there are elements of that amendment that sound appealing to Long Beach City College, some point-based preferences for students. Unfortunately, it also is accompanied with things that weaken the preference system overall and really take it out of the control of an independent body and puts it in the hands of managers who can sort of decide when they want to use preferences, when they don't want to use preferences. I'm not going to, in 3 minutes, lay out all of the issues and try to come to a point where I can convince you to take an opposed position. What I would ask from the Board of Trustees is to perhaps consider not taking a position. If you are going to take a position, please talk to me. I'm a former president of the Civil Service Commission, current commissioner. Been very involved in the issues around this, really disappointed in the city's lack of engagement with public leadership in the commission and kind of developing their plan for this charter amendment. I really think it's been poorly thought out. So it would be nice to have a clarification from the Board of Trustees if it's not your will to take a position on this, to express that back to the City of Long Beach that you are neutral and you are not, in fact, in favor, as was expressed by a vice president at that meeting. The other thing I would say is, my real passion here is veterans' preferences. I come from a military family. Almost all my siblings are veterans. And we actually lost one of our siblings to the horrors of war. It really hurts me when we're selling something on the basis of preferences, but we're actually going to weaken preferences for what I care about, which is the group of veterans. And what I also care about is someone who is in higher education and has a passion for community colleges, which is actually giving real advantage to our community college graduates. So thank you all for giving me this time to talk, and I appreciate your time and effort on this. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to move on to section 6 on the agenda, presentations. We have 2 presentations this evening. Item 6.1, tentative budget presentation 2024-2025. This is John Thompson, Fiscal Services Director, who will present on the tentative budget for 2024-25. Welcome, John.
Thank you, Board President Malauulu, trustees, and administrators and guests. This is the annual presentation of our tentative budget. You'll be able to vote on the full budget later in the meeting. And I'll just, there's still a lot to go through in this slide presentation. And let's see, I'm not sure, Dario, if I need to do anything for the presentation to be on the screen. Thank you very much. I'll go through the slides very quickly, but feel free to answer questions. I just want to make sure I can get done on time. This is the overview. We'll go over some of the key documents that guide the budget, as well as a FTS, full-time equivalent, couple graphs, and all district funds in one slide. And then, as usual, we'll focus on the unrestricted general fund. We'll also look at four-year trends and our future budget challenges. This first slide talks about the annual planning cycle, and that's done by all areas of the college, and it's guided by the key documents of the college, which includes the Board of Trustee goals, the institutional priorities that are adopted each year, as well as the strategic plan goals. These next few slides show how planning and budget are linked. Across the top, the columns reference the goals and the institutional priorities. The highlighted resource allocations or initiatives in each row are checked off to show how they align with the goals and priorities. And these are grouped in categories. The first couple of these are grants and funding allocations. The next slide is student success initiatives. The next group is student support and program services for those two slides, and then faculty, staff, and infrastructure supports. And finally, marketing and community outreach. Next, we'll go over the state budget overview. This slide shows the different cycles. Up at the top, the state cycle, which the May revision budget was released last month, and that's what this budget is based on. And very soon, later this week, we expect the enacted budget to be signed. This shows the history of COLAs in the state, the cost of living adjustments. The peach shades are where the COLA has been underfunded or not funded at all, and the green is where it's been funded above the statutory amount. The state budget, they're dealing with a $27 billion deficit, but thankfully the K-14 education was held pretty steady in the May revise. There's not much in the way of increases, but there's not many cuts and no deferrals, but that of course could change in the enacted budget. What we do get from the May revise is the funding of the 1.07 COLA. And we don't have growth funding this year, but we will going forward. And as we note, growth funding is very limited in the state budget, and that'll affect us going forward. There's also COLA applied to the usual selected categorical programs. And then there's some other small state projects that are included in the budget. Other categorical programs are not changed. There's just one state bond project that's funded in this budget. LBCC has projects that are wrapping up that were funded with previous state bond money. Part of balancing the budget for the May revise was dipping into state reserves, both the statewide rainy day fund, as well as the public schools stabilization account. Just really quickly going through some of the budget assumptions. On this slide, the second bullet shows the FTS target at just over 20,000. And that's been a lofty goal in just the recent past, but it's very attainable now due to increased enrollment, which is great news. Board policy is to have a 16% reserve, and we've set aside $33 million for that purpose, and there's also other designations in the reserve. The next few slides are FTS comparisons showing multiple years, and the goal of these slides is to illustrate some of the complications of the funding formula. And I realize you're probably looking at this and saying, there's a bunch of bars, they all look exactly the same. What am I supposed to get out of this? And I'll try to highlight a few things and hopefully help a little bit. I know the funding formula is complicated, but what we're showing here is, you can see in the middle, the blue, which is the actual FTS, dips a bit after COVID, actual enrollment went down, but the state gave an emergency protection allowance. So we've been funded at that higher level, the pre-COVID level. So that's obviously been a good thing for those past 3 years. The next complication that comes into the funding formula is that we are funded on credit FTS based on a 3-year average. And again, these differences in the bars are very subtle. Just try to keep in mind, even just 190 FTS up or down is $1 million for us. So these subtle changes are significant. And what we're also showing here is we're projecting out a couple years further. So you see the first few years, just like we saw on the other slide, the blue dips, but we get the funding at the higher level. And then also when you look at the gold, which is the 3-year average, in those early years, it's higher than the actual FTS, so we're funded at higher than our actual attendance. The other side of that on the 3-year averaging is, as we're projecting increases over 20,000, the averaging kind of smooths that out. So unfortunately, it smooths out the increases as well, so we don't get quite as much in those years out. Those are subtle, so we zoom in a little bit on this slide to show those increases in the actual going forward, and where it's kind of just slight increases to the 3-year average. And I know that's enough complication, but to throw in another complication is, as we previously mentioned, state funding for growth is extremely limited. So what the green funded bars show here is what we're funded. And so it's similar, but the 2 or 3 bars to the far right, the future years that we're projecting out, we're growing FTS projected, but those are even lower than the 3-year average because the state only funds a very limited amount of that growth. This is just some of the highlights of the funding formula. There's 3 calculations, and we're funded at the highest of the 3. This slide, the key point is the middle, the third point, and that's 20,000 FTS gives us large college status, which we've been at in the past, and we're very close to getting back to that, thankfully. As mentioned, growth funding, extremely limited. It's only 0.11% for us. That only equates to about $120,000. so extremely limited, which is unfortunate. This slide shows all our funds, and you can see some are much larger dollar amounts than others. They're all, of course, serve very important purposes, but as always, we'll focus on the unrestricted general fund and go into some detail on that. This is a summary of the unrestricted general fund. Next to the bottom line, you can see for this year, we're projecting a $1.9 million deficit. The tentative budget is a $6.2 million deficit. And you can see the increase is due to decrease in revenues and slight increase in expenses. A little more detail on that revenue decrease, and the two big items there are state apportionment down 1.6 million and local down 1.3 million. And some of the reasons for that, the big part of apportionment is just that this year we got a one-time 3.2 million in prior year apportionment due to adjustments in prior year, and we don't anticipate that for next year. In local revenue, interest rates, short-term interest rates are high this year. We're projecting that to lower back down next year. This slide shows a pie chart of those revenues. The larger pie is the total revenue, and then we take that, you can see the majority of that, almost 90%, is our state principal apportionment. And that's broke out into 4 components off to the right. This is the details of our expenditures, and as you can see at the bottom there, the $1.3 million increase that we referred to previously. The big part of that, salary and benefit increases offset by decreases, including other outgo with a $7 million decrease. The salary increases due to step and column increases, as well as new hires and the negotiated, negotiated increases. The benefits increase due to increases in certain benefit rates and also the increase in salaries. Other outgo, the big thing there is the $7 million that was one-time allocations this year for infrastructure upgrades and the T-building fire damage and some small facilities projects. This is a pie chart of those expenses, and you can see the majority of the expenses is in salary and benefits, 87%. And then we show a 7-year trend of the salary and benefit percentage up at the top, and then also our surpluses and ending balance dollars, as well as percentage. This is just a graphic depiction of those salary and benefits as a percentage of total expenses that we were looking at previously. This slide projects out a couple years based on the information that we have at this time. The third to the last line, the projected surplus or deficit, we're projecting, as we noted previously, tentative budget for this year, 6.3 deficit, and for the 2 out years, 7.3 and 5.2 deficit based on what we know at this time. Some of the challenges we're looking at going forward, enrollment management. Enrollment management is always a key. We had a couple years of dips in enrollment, and thankfully we're increasing now, which is definitely a good thing. But the other side of that is the challenges that the growth funding is limited, as we've talked about. And state pensions, obligations, that's always a concern, and Persian STRS rates have increased significantly over past years as we see on this slide. They're starting to plateau, but you can see this slide shows the percentages over the past several years and projected for a couple years, as well as the past actual increases to the dollars of those and the projections for the next couple years. Economic conditions, the May revise, the governor doesn't anticipate a recession, and some economists are expecting slow growth going forward. The state's dealing with the $20 billion deficit that we talked about, but you know, and those conditions definitely affect our budget. Apportionment funding, as we talked about, it's complicated due to many facets of the funding formula. Emergency conditions helped us through those years, but of course it ends, and that leads to some counterintuitive situations where we're increasing in FTS, but not necessarily in the funding all the time. Other issues that we talked about, the 3-year averaging, how that is helpful in decline years, but kind of smooths or levels out the increases in years that we're looking at going forward. And as noted, there's been great work done at the college to increase enrollment, which is always positive, and getting to that, back to that large college status is definitely in sight. That's our presentation. Any questions?
Thank you, John. Any comments or questions from my colleagues on the board? I think you've spoiled us so much over the years with such a thorough presentation. And of course, I know personally we appreciate receiving it in advance and being able to go through it. Staff is always very responsive when we have questions. So I think we're at the point where at the meeting, you just simply present to the public because the board is already kind of, you know, aware of what you're doing. Any questions or comments? Dr. Munoz?
I would just like to thank John, Sam, the team, Coronado, everybody, just because I know so much work goes into preparing these presentations and materials so that the board can be well informed, and as well as our community, campus community and public. So just thank you for your efforts. And as he mentioned, you know, one of the things that we're going to have to really pay attention to, and we'll talk more of this about this at the board retreat when we do a deeper dive into some of our academic and enrollment metrics, is that we've done such a good job in rebuilding enrollment. You know, one of the first colleges to exceed pre-COVID enrollments, but we are moving into a space where we are moving into unfunded FTS. And so we do have to pay attention to that. We have to kind of almost slow down our growth, because we'll get into a point where it will be a little precarious for us long term if we grow too much. So we want to maintain, you know, large college status is one of our strategic plan goals, and it's a really important marker for us. And so we do expect to regain large college status, and a more formal announcement will probably come in future weeks. But after that, we have to find out what the right spot is so that we don't end up in a situation where we have too much unfunded FTS. And so we'll be monitoring, I don't know why I can't say that word, monitoring that and paying attention to that closely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank both of you, and I'll pass the kind words on to the team. And I know if I messed up anything on the presentation, the great Jerome Thomas will edit it out. Thank you.
Well, John, I also just wanted to say, just for the benefit of the public, that what we're seeing now with the final presentation and is really a culmination of an entire year's worth of meetings and work. I've served on the budget committee, I've served on the audit committee, so I'm aware of how much time happens behind the scenes, and that's why I think I can freely say that you spoil us. When you show up to do this presentation, all the work has already been done, all the kinks have been ironed out, so we really appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Trustee Zia?
John, I also want to echo the sentiment of your team's work, and dovetailing on what President Malauulu mentioned. It's been a culmination of a full-on years worth of work. And I would be remiss not to recognize Dr. Chip West for his leadership and what he's done to make this possible as well. Thank you.
Daria, are you coming up to the mic? Okay. All right. So we're going to move on to item 6.2 on the agenda, which is our second presentation of the evening. This is the Stadium and Athletic Sports Complex SASC update. This will be under the leadership of Bob Raposa, Interim Associate Vice President, Administrative Business Services, and Hakeem Chambers, Program Director, Bond Management Team. They will present on the Stadium and Athletic Sports Complex update. Gentlemen, take it away.
You gonna come down? You gonna come down? Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to be here with you. Thanks for allowing us the time to speak with you. We're really excited about this particular project. This is a project that we presented to you probably a few months back, several months ago, and it's a long time coming. So the Stadium Athletic and Sports Complex will be a replacement project of the existing Veterans Stadium, as well as replacing Building R and Building Q. And when we looked at how can we combine these facilities to replace them, because they were both built in the 50s. They are well past their useful lives. Some of the places are not really accessible for all students who need to get into them. They're power hogs, and they've seen great days, but I think it's time to move forward. So what we'd like to present to you today is the presentation is where we are today and what the next steps are, what we've gone through to get to the point where we are today, and the recommendation at the end of this, which is something that hopefully you guys will look at later on this evening. I think it's one of the resolutions later on. Did you want to say anything?
No, I think you covered it real well.
So we have a presentation for you, and I think you guys have it before you as well. And I have my notepad here just in case, because I know we're going to have some questions. I want to make sure I write those questions down. I can answer them. So what you guys see before you, the agenda for tonight is we're going to look at the schedule, project approach, the procurement method, which we went to, the cost. We have some images, and finally we have a video to show you. And what the next steps are to accept the recommendation for what we're presenting to you tonight. So you guys recognize the schedule. The last time we were up here, that needle was back in the very beginning, which is back 8 months ago. And where we are now is we've gone through the procurement stage where we're making the recommendation for the design build entity, which you guys will see tonight. Hopefully, if we're successful as we move forward, the next step we'll go into will be the design stage, which is scheduled to be about 11 to 12 months. Once there are milestones throughout this process that the design build entity will have to hit, we will be sure to keep them on track and on target, and as they move forward with that. If so, we plan to be back before you guys at some point in April of 2025 to present the project to move to the next stage. Our project approach. We had over 70 meetings with various departments, kinesiology, athletics, some student groups, as well as various faculty members from the kinesiology department, athletic coaches, and any and every single person who touches or have some level of input or interaction with this department or the stadium as well. We took into consideration all of the things. We understand that this is not just Veterans Stadium for the campus. This is actually a facility that has touched and reaches out to the entire community. So we also took that into consideration as well, and you'll see that throughout the presentation. Go ahead.
So I was going to say real quick too, and Hakeem, thank you. There are a couple of points on this. This is the largest single project. We're a member of a joint power authority called SWAC and SOUP that actually insures projects. This is the single largest project ever insured by the Joint Powers Authority. It was also the first progressive design build project by the Joint Power Authority. So we're talking about statewide organization. And it's really impressive, and I think a testimony to the board and the executive committee, the bond management team and the contracts department to be able to put this all together. And we are absolutely thrilled we had two wonderful design build entities proposed, and we were absolutely thrilled by the final designs that we reviewed.
And to Bob's point, there's a whole team behind the two of us that you see. I don't like to take credit. I'd give all that credit to the entire team. We have some of the members here today. They'll probably be embarrassed if I say their names, but I'm going to anyway. Mr. Manish is our senior CM. He's back this way. We have Alex Holguin and Miguel Toon. They're probably at home watching on live, as well as the rest of our team. I know this project is a long time coming, so as we get through this, we want to be able to make sure we address, and we want to do the campus and the Veterans Stadium justice. And I think that we've been able to do that with the process that we've done thus far. Our request for qualifications went out in December. It went out to the entire the contracting and architectural community. I've also been able to have the privilege of presenting at several conferences over the last year. I've spoken about this project to help draw up interest about it. We really want all the attention and all focus and all eyes here at Long Beach City College on this project. Throughout that process, we were able to conduct our interviews. We have our scoring matrix, which you can see before you. We released our request for proposals, which was in March. We went through, made our selections, and had our interviews and presentations on June 7th, which led to the score, which you see before you, and the recommendation, which is a team from the PCL contractor and Gensler design build entity team. The cost for the progressive design build. So what we're looking at for the progressive design build, there are various project delivery methods. You have design bid build. We would design a project, then you would bid it out separately, and then you wait to see what the industry says and what they come back for the pricing. You have another project, we have design build method, which the designer and the architect partner together. They work with the campus, they work with the entity, they go through a series of questions and interviews to determine exactly what it is you want, and then they provide a price. That price is set forth prior to that project going to DSA and prior to that project coming back. One of the challenges that we've seen in the industry lately with design build projects is you're asking a general contractor and an architectural team to guarantee a price or to put a price on something that they'll be building 2 years out. So there's escalation, there's lots of risk, there's things that they may not necessarily know yet. There are comments that will come back from the district state agency that might change some of the pricing. They may say, add more steel here, dig it further, do this, do that, and that adds cost. And so that's a lot of risk that a lot of the design, a lot of general contractors have expressed some concerns with. So moving forward in the last few years, you've seen this project delivery model moving forward, which is where you bring a design criteria, you work with an architect, they come up with all the things that you want in advance prior to bringing the team on board. They then take that package and then they base their pricing and their design based upon what you've provided them. And their goal is to work with you to reach a guaranteed maximum price. Once we reach that guaranteed maximum price and we agree upon that price, that's the project that will go forward before the state. The majority of all of the unknowns have been removed because they've been working closely with the team the entire time to get to that process. It also affords us the off-ramp ability. If we come to the point to where we cannot agree on the guaranteed maximum price that they're giving us, we can then pay for that design to be finished, and we can take that project and bid it out on the street. So we wanted to make sure that we brought the best option forward to maximize the resources that are available to us for this particular project.
Yeah, real quick, that's super important. We don't think that's going to happen. Our goal is to see this through with PCL and Gensler, who have representatives here today, and we'll think maybe we can bring them up after we finish.
So as we go through, so what you're looking at today is we're looking for the recommendation to move forward with accepting the pre-construction services, which is with the price that you see before you, and that would help bring us to the point to where we get to that level at which we decide to get to that guaranteed maximum price. If we do accept that, and then there's a price associated with bringing us the rest of the way, which is that $11.5 million that you see for our targeted budget of $185 million. So before you is the image. So you can imagine what you see outside for the old Veterans Stadium. This would be the new project. This is a complete state-of-the-art facility. It is an amazing facility. It now incorporates, it now incorporates all of the things. You have a state-of-the-art track and field. You have all the throws events for discus, hammer throws, javelin. Those are off to the side. You can see the stadium. It pays homage to the existing stadium and harkens back a lot of the design elements that you've seen previously before in the past with the stadium, as well as creating new entry points and focal points of interest, an opportunity for the campus and the community to enjoy. So we have entries. We have a home and visitor side, which is something that the Kinesiology and Athletics Department expressed interest in seeing. We have internal weight training. We have offices, stadium entry points at either side. The away side also has a concession stand and restrooms that will pull double duty for both the baseball and softball facility. We want to make sure it completely maximized every single opportunity to use every single inch of this stadium. The field will be regulation for FIFA soccer. So in addition to football, you can host soccer games so the teams can play if there are tournaments or whatever the case is. We want the opportunity for this facility to not only maximize the ability for all the existing campus community and future students, but the community as well.
Yeah, and a couple of quick notes on this, and maybe we could advance this so you could, or maybe you'll go back real quick. Sorry, Hakeem, you're doing a great job. If you notice the design too, and we were so pleased at the PCL Gensler design that there are heavy, heavy nods to the old historic veteran stadium design. There also is plans to take some pieces of concrete from the old stadium and utilize them possibly for seating, so that we're actually taking a little bit of the history of Veteran Stadium with us into the future, which we thought was really, really neat.
We didn't want anything to go to waste. The orange dotted line is the spine that you see. That's the sidewalk that's right outside this window. So this is one of the main arteries of campus. So if you're walking from the outside of campus, you cross Carson safely at the crosswalk, and you come down this pathway in between this building and that building, that will be the new activated spine. That would be the new, that would be the new activated spine. So you'll have student services on one side, and you'll have student athletics. The future housing location is also located off that spine, as well as this facility itself. We really want to maximize the student-focused area on this particular design. As you can see, all of the highlighted points, I'm not going to go through all of them, but you can see the different entry plazas to where there are more opportunities for the campus to hold programming. Whether there's an event going on inside the stadium or not, they can totally utilize this facility for any and every purpose of which we can possibly dream of, which is what we designed it for. Entryway. This will be the main entryway into the new athletic facility, the basketball gym. You also have 2 practice gyms. You have all of the kinesiology spaces. There's an elevated indoor running track that's there because it lends itself for the design of the basketball facility. You have this large volume space. We want to bring and utilize all of the tools available to us to really allow the campus to really flourish. The windows in this particular facility are facing the north, so they are not facing the south side. So we want to keep sustainability in mind to help maximizing and reducing the heat load, to reduce the energy usage for air conditioning and things of that nature. So a lot of thinking and careful planning went into this facility.
Yeah, Hakeem, great point. And to that point, LEED Silver is the baseline that we're attempting for. The Gensler PCL team has spoken to us and feel that we may even be able to exceed that. So it's very important that we have this environmentally friendly footprint going forward.
I don't know if you guys can see it, but the design team is pretty cheeky in their scoreboard there. You see the Long Beach City College Vikings, and their opponent is, what's that? What's that other school? Cerritos. And you see the score on one side, it says 99-1. So I think just letting them know, like, hey, we're over here, guys. Pay attention to us. This is what's going on. Again, to bring up Bob's point, to really bring back and pay homage to what's existing, the Hall of Champions, the plaques, the trophies, the pictures, all of those things from the memory from the folks who've participated in athletics and made major contributions to the campus over the years will be brought into this facility and paid forward. All of the items will need to be scanned, digitized, and we'll put up on display on screens, as well as trophy cases and things for folks to walk through to really see the rich history of the facility. This is the entry point. So if we're in the building that we're standing in now and we walk right out the front doors, this is what you will see once you walk across the street. So we have multiple entry points. This will be closest to this campus. That's the spine where you see some of the folks walking up and down that way, and you see folks entering the facility. We have the tents and stuff set up to where they can constantly activate this facility, even if there's no game. You can still hold events. There can be pep rallies, cheer events, anything you can possibly imagine in this facility. We wanted to design it to do so. We also want to look at integrating local art. I would ask the design team as to why or what the art that they were looking at, but we really wanted to ensure that they brought in all of the local art as well as all of the things that speak Long Beach. We are Long Beach, and this facility will definitely recognize that and pay respect to that. Entryway into the facility off the parking lot. As you can see, we'll have multiple entry points that can be either closed, and you can have 1 or 2 or 3 open. So those are operational features that we looked at working with the athletics and kinesiology department to ensure that, hey, you don't want to design a facility that you can't properly operate. So we want to make sure that we have the ability to close off entry points to control access. The facility is designed not just for sports and athletics. If you wanted to have a concert, you want to have a speaker, graduation, or any type of special event, we've designed this facility to have that. This facility will also have state-of-the-art connection points for telecommunications. So if there is something that needs to be televised and television trucks pull up, all the latest connection points of which they use to plug in their microphones or power their cameras, we'll have multiple points around the facility that will facilitate for that to happen. Also inside the facility, anything that's facing the actual field itself, we want to take advantage of that. So we have a few conference rooms that can double as specialty spaces, whether it be a board of trustee meeting, or they're looking to gather potential donors, or just student athletes, or hosting student athletes, or having a board meeting, or a community meeting, or whatever meeting you decide to host in there. We wanted to make sure that the facility was flexible and nimble to accommodate all of those multiple requests. The athletic facility, the main competition gym itself. So the main competition gym itself, what's the seating? 2,500 is the seating for the main competition gym. You can see that it's completely accessible. All the angles are viewing angles from every single seat, which was designed to ensure that once you come to the facility, when you arrive at the location, you'll have a memorable experience. So the next steps, what we wanted to get to the point for you is to look at, as this comes later on in the agenda and the resolution, you guys can exercise your right to help move this project forward. Our team is eager and itching to move forward. I know we have a tight schedule. As I had said several months ago, it takes a village. It's not just myself. It's not just Bob. We have a team of folks working with us, as well as the campus, and we're all in this together to help make this project be effective and maximize the time that we have available and the resources that are available to us. The last slide is we have a video to show, and I think we can click on the link, will be active. Okay, there we go. Thank you.
Let's, you guys mind coming up real quick? And just we'll introduce you very quickly to the Board of Trustees. Manish, come on up. And of course, if there are any questions, we'd be more than happy to take them. But we thought we'd introduce really quick the design team and the construction team that's going to be performing on this project. So,
You want to introduce yourselves? We can.
Here, I'm going to hand off. You can use it up here or go like that.
Well, we are just so grateful for the opportunity to partner with LBCC and to deliver this project, which is not only important to obviously your campus, but obviously the broader community. And you know, this effort was undertaken by a team of folks. As Hakeem mentioned, he's got a large team. We have a large team with us as well. And we know that this is going to be groundbreaking. This is going to be such a tremendous impact to the lives of the students that are going to be coming through the gates, as well as the broader community. And so, again, we're just so thankful for this opportunity and look forward to this partnership for the next several years.
And you were again?
Sorry, I'm Nathan Kim. I'm the principal in charge with the Genzer team. Sorry, I forgot to mention that. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for your time today. My name is Priscilla. I work for PCL Construction. I've been acting as the client liaison for this opportunity. And we're really excited about making this project really what it's intended to be, which is really legacy. Legacy because it's the Veterans Stadium, but legacy also not just for what the college has been, but what it can continue to be. Really bringing in businesses, local residents, students, all to participate really in such an incredible project. And so we're very grateful for the trust that the team has entrusted in us to be able to really carry this vision to life. So thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Austin Whelan, and I'm with PCL Construction. I'll be the executive in charge, and it's been an amazing pursuit. Really excited to deliver the project, but most importantly, the team here, it's been really fun so far, and I just can't believe that we're actually at this point, and I'm very, very motivated to move forward, so I appreciate it.
Hi, I'm Manish, and I'm thankful to all of you. I've worked on the campus for a lot of projects, starting from MDAB at PCC, and I'm so happy that I've got a chance to work in the biggest project, and I can bring all the history and all the knowledge I have with the campus to this project, and I'm sure we'll have, with all this team, make it a big success. So thank you.
It's all smiles now, but when we get in that meeting room, it's going to be a little different. But we want to, I want to thank the entire team for the hard work that they've done over the last year. It's amazing what you can accomplish when you're not looking for the credit. And I just want to help contribute to that legacy because it's important to me. I'm a product of community colleges. I'm a student athlete. May not look it, but I was a while ago. But I really enjoy what this will bring to the campus. You guys have no idea what this will bring to the campus. It was truly transformational, and it will really set this campus apart and continue to provide those students in the campus community the best opportunity to be the best versions of themselves.
I can't add anything else. Is there any questions on the part of the trustees?
My colleague is on the board, Trustee Baxter.
I just want to preface this with, I used to be a book editor, and I'm very good at catching mistakes. So if you look on the page Shared Campus Space, Veterans Plaza, there's a white sign, and then it says LB, okay, right there. See, it says LBVIKNE, not G. Yeah, so that needs to be fixed. Yeah, you can pay me. You can pay me later. Okay, that's number one.
We'll fix that.
I have two more questions. Will there be one gymnasium or two gymnasiums? Right now, we have two. One basically for volleyball and the other for basketball.
There are 3 courts.
Okay, so 3 courts. Okay, and then the last thing. Thank you. Hold on, I got to write that down. Will this be done in time for the Olympics, or do you think we shouldn't even think about that? And I don't mean as an Olympic venue, because that's decided, years. But I mean, like, let's say I'm the basketball and I want to practice basketball. I'm the Bolivian basketball team. Would this be, available for different entities to use the facility for money?
Well, first, if the Bolivian basketball team made the Olympics, that would be amazing right there. But second, the last time you asked that question, I'm gonna have the same answer. Our scheduled delivery is June 2028. I would not stand here in complete confidence and say I would open this facility for the Olympics.
Yeah.
I just would not.
Okay.
There are facilities existing, the soccer fields, the swimming pool, and the sand volleyball courts,
Yeah.
which I would definitely say yes,
Yeah.
because those facilities are existing. But construction is not an exact science,
Yeah.
and things can happen. I would hate to make a promise that I was not able to deliver, but I will continue to drive this team to ensure that we hit this target dates. Like, we're smiles, it's all smiles and giggles now, but when we get in the construction meetings, sleeves get rolled up, and we get to it. With that said, I have faith that this team will deliver and hit our target date, but I probably would not offer this particular portion of the facility up for that opportunity.
No, and I appreciate that. I think it's fabulous looking. I mean, this is something that could be anywhere professionally in the state of California or in the United States or in the world. And so I really think it's always important to think big, not think small.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think you guys have thought big, and I think it's, another question. On the field, you have FIFA-size infield. Now, I don't know anything about soccer or football, but I know football's, isn't it 100 yards? What's the size of a FIFA field?
Nathan?
Only because you put it here, I wouldn't have thought
Yeah.
it.
And Hakeem, I
think
know
that's
you
it.
used to play
Yeah,
soccer.
70 yards wide is a FIFA field. It's 20 yards wider than a football field, and
So-
soccer fields are 120 yards, 120 yards long, where a football field is 100 yards long. So the football field sits in the center of it. Soccer fields are massive.
Okay, so the soccer field is on the outside.
Yeah, well, they're both in the same field. The
Yeah, no,
football
I
field is
understand.
lined, and it's kind of lined basically in the middle.
Okay. I'm just asking because it says FIFA.
Yes,
size.
ma'am.
Okay, thank you. And yes, you were a soccer athlete, so thank you very much.
For the record, it was about 75 pounds ago.
Go see
Somebody
some.
laughed back there. Who was that?
Trustee Antec?
Yeah, thank you.
Trustee Zia?
Real football.
And soccer. He did both.
Press telegram for both.
Yeah.
Thanks for the presentation and the work that went into this. It's really great to see something we've talked about for more than a year come to fruition, at least the first phase. And great renderings. Renderings are not the final product, and that's what's gonna, just to clarify, next we will go into the actual design and specifications and measurements and materials. That's what will be happening over the next year, correct?
Correct. And we will have more periodic updates for you. So we'll present the next update probably in the next 3 to 6, probably in 6 months from now. We'll come back to present back to you to let you know where we are, and we'll keep you constantly updated throughout the entire process.
And then that'll be a check-in point where we either move forward with construction or we rebid. Was that what you were?
Well, I think in our schedule that calls for April, but I think we'll come to you before then with the next iteration to show you exactly where we are.
Do you know, or maybe it's too early as far as acoustics of the venue and potential live music and impact on the neighborhood? Jenny wanted to ask this, but she, but I don't know if you could talk about how the acoustic sounding is designed or potentially will be designed.
Nathan?
We also have acousticians on board as part of the design build team. And so again, working closely with the campus, really maximizing, but at the same time minimizing the impact to the neighboring communities. So, I think a lot of that is based on kind of directional output of speakers. And so how do we manage and coordinate that so we can really elevate the experience while you're in the stadium, but then minimize the impact to the kind of the broader community. So that'll be something that we'll be working through in the design process.
It's one of the questions I asked. As opposed to having it really loud, you can have more speakers that are targeted and directed, so it doesn't have to be as loud, and you get the same experience.
That's great. I'm imagining this is under our project labor agreement.
Correct.
And do you have an estimate of how many jobs this may be created through this project and the types of jobs? Or will that come to us in the future?
Well, there's going to be, at peak, we'll have north of 500 people on site. So those will be the workers. That then, between that, we've identified potentially 45 to 75 projects, or new hires, apprenticeships that we've had arranged for.
And that's a huge workforce. We've not had anything close to that on any project, just to point out, at 500 people at one time.
I'll dig further into that.
Yeah, because it'd be great to know like how many are going to be on demo, electrical work, iron work, so forth. That'd be great to know. Also, do we already have a policy or plan for supplier diversity, local procurement? I don't know if you can speak to that at all, or if that's unrelated to this.
Yeah, really great question. So when we talk about legacy, that was one of the items that we covered in our presentation. The state of California actually enforced through legislation incorporating or advising any government-funded entities to adopt a 25% small business goal and a 3% disabled veteran business goal. So internally, between the Gensler and the PCL team, we've delivered projects like this in the past for private entities, and so we have no problem committing to what the state has advised be actually the opportunities for supplier diversity. Additionally, obviously, this is a very local business, so we've also identified opportunities to really bring in local businesses, not just throughout the design and construction, but really in our spend. So if you can imagine, we're going to be here working for many years. So whether it's, the restaurants we cater from, the tools that maybe our foremen or our workers need to buy, we want to make sure that we are recycling the dollars, that not just that the constituents of Long Beach have entrusted you to spend responsibly, but also making sure that we're spending those dollars also locally so we can actually see those dollars recycled through. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, and I guess that'll manifest itself through outreach. There'll be opportunities, people will be invited to bid or.
Yes, that's absolutely correct. So part of what we brought forward to the team, and by the way, just my history comes from government relations, was there for 10 years, really focused on impacting small, diverse businesses and making sure they know about procurement opportunities. So for this project, absolutely, we'll be looking at doing some outreach. We've actually already started taking inventory of construction businesses, design businesses in Long Beach, ensuring that not really education equity, starting with that, and then ensuring that they understand what the capability or capacity requirements would be on a project of this size. One of the advantages, just briefly, that I think is important in this type of delivery method, which, by the way, I commend the board for adopting, is that we have such a long runway before we actually start construction. So what that means is that we can really get businesses to get ready and stay ready, right? So they don't have to actually get ready when the opportunity comes out. So that's something, again, that the team is very experienced in, with outcomes, results we can share on previous projects we've actually done together, and really demonstrating that economic impact.
Great. We got two last questions. One, can you talk about the benefits of design build? I know this is relatively new. I think this may be the second or third project that we're doing. But can you speak to that as far as this?
Sure, I'll take a stab at it. And then
I'm going to interrupt for just 1 second. Sorry, Bob. So we have hit the time limit for this item. I'm going to allow it to go a little bit longer. And I know Trustee Zia also needs an opportunity to speak. So just keep that in mind and perhaps keep your answers brief. So that way everybody has an opportunity to comment on your presentation.
Sure.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Real quick. So when you do design, bid, build, you have an architect that comes up with plans and they turn it over to the general contractor. And if there are issues with the design or putting things together, it kind of turns into, well, you didn't design it right. Well, no, you're not trying to build it right. When you do DBE, the design and construction unit is one, so they own all those issues, whether it's based on issues with the plans or the constructability method. I think that's kind of it. Yeah.
Thank you, Bob. Okay, Trustee Zia.
Thank you. First of all, I want to commend you for a great presentation and also introducing the team. I'm so grateful that you're all here. Manish, I don't know if you know this, but last board meeting, you were spotlighted for giving me a tour and inside preview. And I really recognize your hard work, your team's hard work. So proud to have you work on this project. And I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything. It may have been covered, so I apologize. This is part of the existing bond. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. So we don't, it's not going to be for the potential prospective future. The other item I wanted to just make sure I didn't misunderstand, and you did a great job and really doing a great job. I was very impressed with how you unpacked the guaranteed maximum price and made it very clear and really concise for the public to understand. So congratulations on that. $185 million that you said, I'm not certain, is that not solidified? Is that already capsulated? So, or are you still in the process of going through the deliberation on that front? That's one question. The other question I have is, and again, this is my hobby horse, so I hope I'm not sounding like a broken record with acronyms. The general public don't know what FF&E is. What is FF&E? And then DBE. And we can make inferences, but if you can answer those questions. And then you also mentioned that it was publicly advertised. And thank you for the executive memo. This is going to be also provided to the members of the public as part of the minutes, because it wasn't part of the agenda. How many people responded to this opportunity that we advertised? And then lastly, on the jobs front, I think you mentioned that you're gonna look into that and get back to us. So I'd be curious too, and I thank Trustee Intuk for asking that question. Bob, you mentioned about SWAC. So a lot of the DBE partnerships that I've seen, recent trends, and this could be my lived experience on the trends I see, the designer and the builder get into a dispute afterwards, ex post facto, after the delivery, and there's lawsuits. So how would that, if you can speak a little bit about that, time permitting, on SWAC's role or our position, just so we manage and mitigate any risks on that front? I'm sure you've taken it into account. Thank you.
Oh, sure. No, that's a great question. So what we're doing through the Joint Powers Authority, SOUP, is actually ensuring it ourselves through the Joint Powers Authority. So we provide the guidance on terms of what's the level of insurance that we have, the different types of insurance that are provided, to ensure that it, like, let's say there were issues with design or whatnot, that we have professional liability insurance coverage to address concerns. And because this is such a large project, the dollar threshold for that professional liability insurance is higher than it would be for a smaller project. So by making sure we have those insurance limits in place, we help to ensure that if there are claims or issues of that nature, that, it's layers. We don't want it to hit the general fund layer. We want to make sure that it's taken care of through the policies that are provided as part of the project.
Trustee Z, I can answer a few of your questions. The other ones I can type and send back to you. To answer your question really quick, FF&E, furniture, fixtures, and equipment. DBE, design build entity. The other question you asked, how many responded to the RFQ? We had 2 firms respond, both the PCL team and Gensler, and DLR and Swinnerton. We had about 30 different teams looked at the criteria, and because of our criteria was very specific, have you done this? If so, where and when? So a lot of folks didn't necessarily have that, and it narrowed it down to those people who were actually able to perform this type of project. The question you asked that I'll get back, that Trustee Intuk asked, I'll get back to that one with you on that one, and you also asked target GMP. Our target GMP is $185 million hard costs, which is inclusive of our change order contingency within that number. When we're working with this team, as we're going through the progressive design build, as they are hitting their milestones, if they bring something to us that's $100 over that number, we're gonna say, you need to go back and tighten that up. So whether it's a different kind of paint or whatever the case is, to ensure that the project stays at that target amount. So once they hit the target amount, once we're at that point at 50% construction documents, we will know the entire way. The moment we see us going left or out of line, we bring it back in line before it even gets to that point. That's the advantage of this particular delivery method.
And is that net present value, the 185 million, or is that escalated to midpoint of construction?
That's escalated to the midpoint of construction.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. I just have two quick comments. One, Priscilla, I love that you're there. It's this industry is predominantly male-oriented, and having a woman as part of the team and having a woman included in the presentation is impactful for all of us and our students to see that, so thank you for that. Secondly, and it could just be the way the rendering is displayed, but does this new facility encroach upon the existing softball field? Because I didn't see it in the renderings. Will there be changes there, or?
No, so the existing softball fields are kind of off to the right side of the screen. So that sidewalk you see, and on the other side of the sidewalk is the baseball field and the softball field.
Okay, so there's no changes there, it's just the way the image is.
Just the way the image is set. And then they can also take advantage of the concession stand, so we put them close so they can kind of share shared resources.
Perfect, very good. Thank you, appreciate all of your time.
Thank you.
All right, we're gonna move on to the next section of the agenda, which is Section 7, Board of Trustees. Item 7.1, Executive Summary, Legislative and Policy Update. This is an information item only. For the benefit of the public, there is a June legislative report to the Board of Trustees attached. And if there's any discussion or comment on this item, Trustee Zia?
Thank you, President Malauulu. First off, I'd like to thank staff for agendizing this item. And I'd like to thank Commissioner Eric Frost Hollins for being here on his anniversary night. Thank you, Eric. That means a lot. For the record, Eric's husband is one of my constituents who has kept a handwritten note from me when I knocked on his door and left it for him since 2013. So it's very heartwarming to see you and have the participation. I have to tell you, this was a surprise to me that it was intimated that the college took a position on this policy matter, charter amendment, and the rest of the state and legislative items that is portrayed in the report without the board's approval. I asked, and I appreciate Superintendent President Munoz for admitting that it was not properly handled and taking responsibility. So I appreciate that. And my intent isn't to impugn anyone or be unkind, so I hope I can successfully fulfill on that intent. But I really think that staff should not speak for the board, especially when we haven't had an opportunity to opine or even review the documentation. The report that is here, it says on April 22nd, this is like the first paragraph, on Monday, April 22nd, Mayor Rex Richardson invited representatives in an invite-only roundtable convening of local nonprofits, youth development, workforce development, and education leaders. For the record, I wasn't informed. I wasn't one of those invite-only, so I have no idea what was discussed. I understand Carl, our government relations representative, attended, and President Malauulu attended. So subsequently, when I heard that this was, that there was a support position taken, I was quite caught off guard. And in my tenure here, there's only been 2 instances that I've been, it set off a conflagration for me and really upset me. One was when I turned on the 11 o'clock news in 2015 and saw us on the news without any notice. I won't go into the details of that. And this is the second one. I think we could do better. The board's lane is policy. Staff, we haven't relegated our authority of policy to staff. And I think it contravenes possibly, I'm looking at the accreditation standards. So I'm very concerned about this. I don't think it was, I'd like to give the benefit of the doubt to our staff that it wasn't intentional and deliberative or should have been deliberative. So having said that, there's like a litany of state and legislative positions on bills that have that we've taken. I understand we took a general understanding in January of what we generally would support, and I remember that, and thank you, President Munoz, for bringing that forward. But on the specific bills, we haven't taken any positions, including this local charter amendment that is quite fraught with controversy. And at a minimum, I don't want to go off based on limited information. I want to be thoughtful about it, understand it. Let me just give you an example. On March 7th, the Civil Service Commission unanimously opposed the proposed changes. And I'll quote our very own Personnel Commissioner, Robin Gordon Peterson. And the article says, at a first glance, the idea is appealing, according to Civil Service Commissioner Robin Gordon Peterson, who compared it to a delicious-looking dinner of a filet mignon, a baked potato, dripping with butter, and a few perfectly cooked spears of asparagus. But Gordon Peterson said, tucked on the side of the plate is a scoop, quote, a scoop of poo. You going to eat that steak? You really want that steak? In Gordon Peterson's analogy, that poo is a portion of the proposal that would take hiring functions away from the Civil Service Department and centralize them in Human Resources Department. Something she and other commissions argue open the doors to unfairness and bias in the hiring process. Now, this is nothing against our mayor, our city manager, and the staff. I am not taking a position. I think we need to think this out. This needs to be a 6-month study to see what the scale is with comparative agencies such as San Diego and other big cities, not the small cities that don't have the scale of what we have. I do not think it's appropriate, and I saw that in the first bond campaign where our unhoused students were being used for the campaign and to pass the bond, and I made quite a bit of a point that it's not acceptable because we still don't have housing, and I know we're on our way.
Thank you, Trustee Zia. It's 6 minutes and 15 seconds. If you can just wrap up your last point.
Thank you.
I've allowed you to go over by more
I
than a minute.
apologize. I didn't realize I didn't have the timer on. So thank you for that. I just like to have us do better and make sure that we're getting an opportunity to review what is being proposed before we take an action. I saw the letter that Superintendent President signed on May 6th and sent to the council. I don't think we had an opportunity to review that or take a position as a board because it is a policy matter, and I like to see that remedied. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, so just as a reminder, you each are allowed 5 minutes to speak. Trustee Zia went to 6 minutes and 40 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm going to go for 30 seconds.
Trustee Baxter and then Trustee Antek.
I just want to say, Trustee Zia, I appreciate you bringing this up because I do agree with you. It's very important that we not get involved in certain situations in the city. And if we are going to get involved, we all need to know about it. That's all I need to say.
Trustee Antek.
Yeah, I want to use my time and Trustee Chico's time. No, I'm kidding. Um, and no, I appreciate this agenda item. I asked for it to be added so that we could have a discussion about this. While in generalities, and I don't want to get into hyperbole and other people's commentaries and articles, but it is important that we do weigh in and participate in the deliberation of official policy positions of the college. And in that that vein, we don't have a policy on policy, and so if this is something that we're very passionate about and want to be more specific about, we should do that as a body because we don't have a requirement that all matters come to the board, state, local, federal. We do have a presentation usually in January as the January budget kicks off, and we have taken positions on propositions in 2020. We voted to support and officially be on record. We could do that where we vote to support AB 100, whatever bill it is, and that would be on the legislative agenda in Sacramento or on the bill analysis. But we generally don't do that officially as a college. And I know there was some back and forth last legislative cycle on personnel commission and classification and lists, and there was advocacy around sending letters, and we did not send a letter, and the bill was ultimately vetoed by the governor. But we're a policy-making body. Let's make a policy on how we want to deal with policy. We can make a subcommittee. We can have official supports, but getting into hyperbole and worst thing ever since in the last century or decade, that's not the case here. And I would like to know what the policies are or what the ballot measures are going to be for the city, but they haven't said what they are yet. So I think it definitely was premature for us to be involved because it's still in the sausage making process of what will ultimately be there. But that is part of our jobs as outreach and direction. We only have one employee, and that's superintendent president. And if we have not officially said this is what we want, then we can't expect to have it. And so just, thank you for the presentation today to go over the bills and the summary of what's happening, because I don't think we had official updates since January on state, federal, local policy. So, but I would just call for us to make a policy on policy so that we can weigh in.
Thank you. Dr. Munoz, you want to comment? You're good? All right. Okay, we're going to move on to section 8 on the agenda. This is the consent agenda. 8.1, any item may be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately if a member of the Board of Trustees. Oh, I am so sorry. Sorry, I apologize for that, everybody. Item 7.2, the Board of Trustee reports. That, you know what, I think in my head when I heard everyone speaking on 7.1, I thought that was the trustee reports. So let's go back to 7.2 for the Board of Trustee reports. All right, who'd like to begin? Trustee Zia? Okay, 5 minutes, please.
Thank you. Since this is my time, before I get into my report, it isn't a hyperbole that was mentioned, Trustee Intuk. It was dispositive and factually correct. And the board's role is a matter of course. We're policymakers. We don't need policy on policy. I too have gone through the excellence in trusteeship and gotten the certificate, and that is the canons of our role. So we can certainly make it more clear, I agree, but it was inappropriate for anyone to take a stand that the college supports any type of charter that is impending in the sausage-making process, as you mentioned so eloquently. It's not appropriate for us to prematurely jump that gun, and I'd like to put in remedies in place that can curtail that in the future and work with my colleagues, perhaps at our board retreat, to crystallize it for staff and our superintendent president. And again, I thank him for taking responsibility, but I asked for this to be publicly clarified at city council meeting because I think it's
Very important that misinformation or disinformation, deliberate misleading of the public, either one in here, I'm not going to go into the intent, I'm going to assume good intent, that the public have factually correct information. In this case, the board did not make a decision, and it's factually incorrect to state such a, to espouse or intimate that. And I want to punctuate that for the record. Having said that, I'd like to move on to my report. If you could please share the pictures, Dario. So this year, again, this is the first time in 10 years that I missed commencement, and I'll tell you why. It was really heartbreaking, but the pre-meeting, pre-commencement event, it was such a pleasure to see my colleagues and be able to celebrate with you. I'm really sad I couldn't join you this year because one of my projects, construction project at the Port of Long Beach, PRG Wharf Improvement Projects, was getting an award recognized by Construction Management Association of America. If you can go to the next slide, Dario. This is the whole team that delivered the project. I'm the project manager for the Port of Long Beach. That's why I missed commencement, sadly, but I couldn't miss it because it's my work in receiving this award. And I did see you, Hakeem, among the 2,000 people, and you still look like an athlete. I disagree that you don't. Next slide. More pictures. If you can go to the following slides. This is the association. It was quite well attended. I think nearly 2,000 people. Don't quote me. It felt like that. Today I went to the Grow Long Beach event hosted by Mayor Rex Richardson. We were mentioned. I thought Superintendent President Dr. Munoz was going to show those pictures because he took really great pictures of our college and the partnership we have about Space Beach. But the picture that I really loved was our picture of our working men and women, and this was our Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters. That's Ray Lawson and Jesse Marquez with the mayor, who he really portrayed, and our commitment to our labor unions who are supporting our projects and building our projects and building America and delivering it right the first time. I'm proud that we have those opportunities here through our project labor agreement. And one thing I failed to mention during the presentation on the stadium, it would be very good if we can hire LBCC students. I certainly will advocate for that. I know our bond management team has done that in the past in hiring interns, paid internships. We have a industry partnership with our industry partners that we have committed to hiring our students. So please bear that in mind and hire as many students as you can to help us grow Long Beach. Thank you.
Trustee Baxter.
Okay, thank you. And I got to talk fast because I got 3 pages of stuff. First, on May 22nd, I was at the raising of the Pride flag on this campus, and then attended the Rotary Scholarship Committee. On the 23rd, I had my final meeting as the president of the Todd Cancer Institute, and that was in the morning. In the afternoon, I went to the Jacaranda program in the English department. On the 24th, I went to Classified Appreciation afternoon. The 28th, Inspiring Women of LBCC, very wonderful program. It's the second year we've been doing this. Then on the 29th, I attended the Foundation President's Circle. On the 30th, I attended the Cottonwood Luncheon. I want to tell you I was there, but somehow I didn't get in the picture because I was sitting at another table, so I'm sure they didn't intentionally want to cut me out there. But at the luncheon, Congressman Garcia gave a wonderful opening, and Skip Kiesel and Gloria Cordero were honored. It was very, very nice. On the 31st, Annette Kashwabara of the Assistance League of Long Beach retired. There were hundreds of people there for her retirement party. Then after that, I went to Patrick Shank's concert. This is the jazz musical group, and they were fantastic. On June 1st, I attended the AAUW meeting. Then I thought this was cute, the wedding of Trish and Norm Rasmussen. He's 93. She wasn't telling her age, but they danced like they were teenagers. It was fantastic. And then that night I went to the Long Beach Cancer League. Oh, I got to talk faster. Then on June 3rd, we had a homeless committee meeting, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. 6/4, Pride Kickoff, and the Equity Congress, very, very interesting. And then finally, the nursing pinning on the 5th, Dancing with the Stars kickoff, which is a Memorial Hospital thing. On the 6th, lunch with Lynn Skolnick. Lynn is proposing a wonderful idea, and I'm not going to talk about it because Dr. Munoz can talk, or he may not want to. Then that night, commencement, fantastic commencement. And I want to point out, I think either Sunny or I won the money for the time, because I think I picked 7:01 and she picked 7:02, and it went till 7:15. So I want to know where our money is. That's a rhetorical question, but I expect an answer. On the June 7th, lunch with Mike Walter, former Vice President of Cal State Long Beach. On the 8th, the National Council, this is my one picture, Dario, if you can get it. National Council of Negro Women honored 2 LBCC people. First, this is Sharifa Batts, who is on the foundation board and very involved in North Long Beach. And then the second picture is Nina Richardson with me and Alicia Kirkwood. And Nina is in charge of the International Students Program at LBCC. Thank you. And then on June 11th, I'm on the board of the Lakewood Village Neighborhood Association. We had our meeting. On the 12th, we had a Hall of Fame meeting. On the 13th, foundation meeting. On the 24th, Helping Homeless meeting again. And on the 25th, Trustee Entuk and I are on the bond subcommittee, and he's going to talk about that later. And I just want to, I'm saying this so I don't forget. Oh, I got a minute and a half left. I just want to say, when we get toward, we have not decided on the bond yet, but Mike, if you want me to reach out to Rotary, I think you should, or somebody should be going to Rotary. I think somebody should be going to every service club, but Rotary is the biggest one and the one I'm involved in, to get out the word before August 4th or maybe after August 4th. But if you want me to reach out to them, and obviously to the foundation board and any other groups, I think it's very important to get large organizations behind us. As far as we know, there won't be any competition, but you never know. And so it's always good to get out there. And I give up my 59 seconds.
Thank you, Trustee Entuk.
Thanks. No report this week.
All right, I have a very brief report. One is I attended the nurse pinning ceremony on June 4th. That is always one of my favorite events. I don't know why. I'm not a nurse, I'm not in healthcare, but I really enjoy seeing the families there and all the graduates on stage. And I think the whole nursing department does a fantastic job every semester with that event. June 6th commencement was fantastic. Congratulations to our staff, everyone for putting on such an amazing program, faculty for showing out, our students and their families. It was very special. As you know, this was my first time actually leading a commencement in person. So it was very special for me because last time I was board chair was during COVID and it was all done remotely. June 12th, we had a special board meeting, and I've had several remote meetings for ACCT and NALEO. I just want to say thank you to Board Vice President Dr. Baxter. She's been pinch hitting for me quite a bit. I've had I've had some things at work that took up a lot of time this month with our triennial ILWU convention and our caucus, which was in Canada. So it was really tough planning and preparing for that, being gone for as long as I was, and then missing out on a lot of events. But I do want to congratulate our student body for completing the academic year. Hopefully everyone did well on finals, and summer sessions are underway. Look forward to a little bit of a break. My ASU cohort, we've got 2 weeks left in our summer session. I see Cal over there. We've got homework due tomorrow. So we both should be doing homework right now. But it's just, we feel you, we appreciate you, we see you. To all of our staff, everybody here on the dais, thank you for the hard work that you did this whole academic year. Take some time this summer to regroup and refresh, and then we'll be right back at it again when the new fiscal year starts next month. Thank you, everybody. And then I think the July meeting, Dr. Baxter will probably be running that. I do have an ACCT event, travel and retreat, the same time as our board meeting, so I'll be on district business, but I might be able to tune in remotely, but she'll run the meeting. So she does such a great job as vice president, right? Thank you, Dr. Baxter. Thank you, everybody. All right, we're going to move on to section 8 now, this time for real. 8.1, any item may be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately if a member of the Board of Trustees so requests. Maximum time for discussion of items removed from the consent should not exceed 25 minutes per item without approval of an extension by a majority of the board. Any requests? Excellent. So I need a motion and a second to approve.
So moved.
Second.
We've got a motion by Trustee Zia, second by Trustee Baxter. Any discussion? Madam Secretary, roll call vote, please.
Student trustee Manetta absent. Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk. Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion carries. Section 9 on the agenda is human resources. Please bear with me. This is a robust section. Item 9.1, indefinite salary rates for district employees. I need a motion and a second that it is recommended that in anticipation of any potential financial uncertainties, negotiations, legislation, or other factors that the governing board hereby declare that all salary rates be declared indefinite for the fiscal year 2024-25 for academic employees represented by LBCC FA and CHI, classified employees represented by AFT, management team employees, and other unrepresented employees as submitted. The purpose of this declaration is to permit the district the flexibility to provide retroactive compensation increases without violating the California Constitution.
So moved.
I've got a motion by Trustee Baxter, second by Trustee Ntuk. Any discussion? Madam Secretary, roll call vote, please.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk. Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 9.2, recommendation for compensation for an academic position. I need a motion and a second that the Board of Trustees approve the compensation for the academic position as submitted. Approve an increase of one range on the management salary schedule for the Director DSPS due to the expanded scope and duties within the portfolios of those positions. The Director DSPS is currently set at range 12 on the management salary schedule. The scope of duties and responsibilities for this position has expanded significantly over time. Accordingly, the Superintendent President recommends the range be increased to range 13 on the management salary schedule effective July 1, 2024.
So moved.
Second.
I've got a motion by Trustee Ntuk, second by Trustee Baxter. Any discussion? Madam Secretary, roll call, please. Vote.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk. Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 9.3, employment contracts. I've got to read all of these employment contracts, and then I'll need a motion and a second that the Board of Trustees approve the contracts as submitted. The following employment contracts provide the employees with a term of employment, a salary, along with health and welfare benefits and life insurance. We've got Paul Creason, Dean, Business, Education, and Health Sciences, term July 1, 2024 to June 30, 2026, salary $213,318 annual. Noel Corral, Executive Vice President, Student Services, term July 1, 2024, June 30th, 2026, salary $303,270 annual. Sonia de la Torre Iniguez, Dean, Student Equity, term July 1, 2024 to June 30th, 2026, salary $207,059 annual. Nicole Glick, Dean, Language Arts and Communication, term July 1, 2024, June 30th, 2026, salary $192,278 annual. Moises Gutierrez, Dean, Science, Math, and Engineering, term July 1, 2024, June 30, 2026. Salary $207,059 annual. Kenna Hillman, Dean, Academic Affairs, term July 1, 2024, June 30, 2026. Salary $198,047 annual. Kendra Madrid, and I will highlight that this is a new contract. Vice President, Workforce and Economic Development, term July 15, 2024, June 30, 2026. Salary $241,971 annual. Jorge Reyes, Director of Operations, Men's and Women's Soccer, term July 1, 2024, June 30th, 2026. Salary $135,070 annual. Gitta Runkle, this is another new contract. Dean, Career Education, term July 22nd, 2024 to June 30, 2026. Salary $213,318 annual. Elijah Sims, this is another new contract. Director, Long Beach College Promise, term June 27th, 2024 to June 30th, 2026. Salary $167,336 annual. Caledon Stewart, Director, Athletics, term July 1, 2024, June 30th, 2026, salary $178,343 annual. Randy Totorp, Dean, Kinesiology, Public Health and Athletics, term July 1, 2024, June 30th, 2026, salary $210,164 annual. Heather Van Volkenberg, Dean, Institutional Effectiveness, term July 1, 2024, June 30th, 2026, salary $213,318 annual. Michael Gregoric, this is another new contract. Acting Vice President, Administrative and Business Services, term June 27th, 2024 to December 20th, 2024, salary $122.15 per hour. Cristina Barrios, this is another new contract. Interim Director, Extended Opportunity Programs and Services, EOPS, term July 1, 2024, June 30th, 2025, salary $146,937 annual. Alex Luong, Interim Director of Title V Grant and FYE Programs, term July 1, 2024 to December 31st, 2024, salary $60,687. Starla Thomas, Interim Director, Strong Workforce, term July 1, 2024, December 31st, 2024, salary $60,687. For the benefit of the public, all of these contracts are attached on board docs, and those that I highlighted as being new contracts are in bold, and I need a motion and a second.
Second.
I got a motion by trustee Untuck, second by trustee Baxter. Any discussion? Madam Secretary, roll call vote, please.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk. Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries. I would like to say congratulations to everyone who received a contract. And I would also like to say congratulations and thank you to everyone who had been serving previously in interim positions. Thank you for your service. We appreciate the work that you do for this district. Section 10 on the agenda, Academic Senate, item 10.1, Cal GETC General Education Pattern Modifications. This is an action item. I need a motion and a second that the Board of Trustees approve the submission of courses to be reviewed and approved by external review committees for addition to the Cal GETC General Education Pattern as submitted.
Second.
Motion by trustee Untuck, second by trustee Baxter. Any discussion? Trustee Untuck?
Is this change part of the standardization of course numbers across the community colleges and CSUs, or is this, or just the articulation agreements? Or?
So it's connected to legislation AB 928, but I'll have Dr. Douglas or Dr. Hunt kind of provide more detail.
Thank you for the question. The common course numbering is separate and different. This is for the specifically for the Cal GETC, but that's upcoming. The common course. Cal GETC, yes, for transfer, correct.
If I can expand slightly, so about 2 years ago, AB 928 was adopted into law, which consolidated the general education plan. So historically, students would choose either a CSU GE plan upon entering or a UC plan, which was called IGETC. So now there'll be one single general education plan for either Cal State or UC. So you complete that plan and you can transfer to either institution.
Last question, does it have an impact on ADTs? Or
So the CalGETSI wouldn't have an impact on ADTs per se, but AB 928 does have an impact on ADTs because it requires students who enter any community college with a goal of transfer be placed automatically on an ADT versus, so it becomes more of an opt-out versus an opt-in.
Thank you. Any other discussion on that item? Madam Secretary, roll call vote, please.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe and Tuck. Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 10.2, new, modified, inactivated courses and distance learning addenda. This is an action item. I need a motion and a second that the Board of Trustees approve the new, modified, and activated courses and distance learning addenda effective fall 2025 as submitted.
Second.
Motion by Trustee Untuck, second by Trustee Baxter. Any discussion? Madam Secretary, roll call vote, please.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe and Tuck. Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 10.3, modifications to General Education Plan A. Action item. I need a motion and a second that the Board of Trustees approve the addition of courses to General Education Plan A areas as submitted.
So moved.
Motion by Trustee Untuck, second by Trustee Baxter. Any discussion? You guys should flip a quarter. Madam Secretary, roll call vote, please.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe and Tuck. Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 10.4, new, modified, and inactivated programs. This is an action item. I need a motion and a second that the Board of Trustees approve the new, modified, and inactivated programs effective fall 2025 as submitted.
Second.
Motion by Trustee Untuck, second by Trustee Baxter. Any discussion? Madam Secretary, all those, roll call vote, please.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe and Tuck. Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion carries. Section 11 on the agenda, academic affairs. Item 11.1, academic calendar 2025 to 2026. This is an action item. I need a motion and a second that the Board of Trustees approve the 2025-2026 academic calendar as submitted.
So moved.
Motion by Trustee Baxter, second by Trustee Untuck. Any discussion? Madam Secretary, roll call vote, please.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe and Tuck. Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion carries. Once again, for the benefit of the public, all of these attachments are included in board docs. Item 11.2, new and/or revised board policies and administrative procedures. Chapter 4, Academic Affairs, Board Policy 4010, 4100, 4225, 4230, 4500, first reading. Administrative Procedure 4010, 4100, 4225, 4227, 4230, 4500, informational only. This is a first reading and informational item. I do need to read these items out for the record, please. BP 4010 academic calendar, BP 4010 academic calendar. I'm sorry, that was AP 4010 academic calendar. BP 4100 graduation requirements for degrees and certificates. AP 4100 graduation requirements for degrees and certificates. BP 4225 course repetition. AP 4225 revised informational for course repetition. AP 4227 repeatable courses, no corresponding BP. BP 4230 grading and academic record symbols. AP 4230. BP 4500 student news media. AP 4500. Section 12 on the agenda, Administrative and Business Services, Item 12.1, Tentative Budget for 2024-25. This is an action item. I need a motion and a second that the Board of Trustees approve the tentative budget for 2024-25 as submitted.
Second.
Motion by Trustee Untuck, second by trustee Baxter. Any discussion?
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Madam Secretary, roll call vote, please.
Sorry.
I thought I saw Dr. Munoz raising his hand. I thought he had something.
I apologize.
No, all good. Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk. Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion carries. For item 12.2, this is an action item. I'm going to ask my colleagues on the board if they'll take turns reading those 3 paragraphs. If anyone would like to read paragraph 1, 2, or 3, how about if I assign it? Trustee Baxter, paragraph 1. Trustee Ntuk, could you read paragraph 2? All right. Trustee Zia, can you read paragraph 3? All right, sounds good. So this is an action item. I'll need a motion and a second that the Board of Trustees approve the initial project proposals for LAC Building A renovation, LAC Building K renovation, and LAC Science and Nursing Building as submitted.
It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the initial project proposal, IPP, for Building A renovation on the Liberal Arts Campus, LAC. The project will renovate the 84-year-old Building A Student Center. The Building A Student Center has 33,967 square feet is, and currently 22,621 ASF. There was a remodel of some of the space done in 2013. The interior configuration is inefficient and does not have the technology needed to serve the institutional service provided in the student center. There is 2,080 ASF of non-state supportable health services space in the project, which will be 100% locally funded. On the completion of the newly renovated student center will provide 14,260 ASF of office space, 1,910 ASF of library, is it or? Yeah, of library space. Sorry, my eyes are getting old. And 6,370 ASF of other institutional support space. The proposed project would be 50% state funded, 50% district funded.
It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the initial project proposal, IPP, for Building K renovation on the Liberal Arts Campus, LAC. The design-build project will either renovate or replace 29,479 GSF Building K art. The decision on whether to renovate or replace the Building K art will be made during the preparation of the final project proposal. The Building K art was constructed in 1952 and had minor renovations in 1995. The facility's condition index, FCI, for this building is 28.60%, which indicates that there are many deficiencies in the building's MEP system. The completed project will provide 17,400 ASF of laboratory space, 2,330 ASF of faculty office space, and 3,330 ASF of other instructional support space for a total of 23,060 ASF. The proposed project would be 50% state funded and 50% district funded.
It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the initial project proposal for a new science and nursing building on the Liberal Arts Campus. This design-build project will demolish the 51-year-old Building D Science and the 55-year-old Building C Nursing Health Tech. Currently, the Building D Science has 81,132 gross square footage and 53,032 ASF. The Building C Nursing Health Tech has 23,250 GSF and 13,433 ASF. Both buildings' configurations do not lend to efficient instructional delivery. They were not designed for current technology and structural methodology. The 2 buildings will be demolished and 1 new modern building will be built. Once completed, the new building will provide for
15,840 ASF of lecture space, 35,690 ASF of laboratory space, 7,340 ASF of office space, 2,600 ASF of library space, 600 ASF of AV/TV space, and 3,570 ASF of instructional support space. The proposed project would be 50% state-funded and 50% district-funded.
Thank you to my colleagues on the board. Madam Secretary, roll call vote, please.
A question?
Yes. Oh, sorry, discussion?
Thank you for that literacy test of the trustees tonight for the public. What does ASF stand for? Is that average?
Well, I thought you knew that.
I
was
asked him
assuming
and
it was
he
average square
answered.
foot, but what is it?
Assignable.
Assignable square foot. Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
So-
Brett.
Someone said it was average, but I'm not going to say who said that.
Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Any additional discussion? I would like to comment on this item and any item that involves the support of the public that we've had with our previous bond measures to be able to construct these beautiful, functional, usable spaces for our students. It is such a privilege to walk around campus and enter some of these state-of-the-art classrooms. And when you read that our nursing buildings are 40, 50, 60 years old, with the rapid changes in technology and healthcare, and what we saw was possible through COVID, it's really inspiring to see how much work goes into this planning. So really appreciate these initial project proposals, and I do hope that we continue to move forward with public support for these structures. Thank you. Madam Secretary?
I believe we need a first and a second.
All right, I need a motion and a second.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by trustee Zia, second by trustee Baxter. We've already had discussion. Roll call vote, please.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk. Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 12.3, five-year construction plan for 2026-2030. This is an action item. I need a motion and a second that the Board of Trustees approve the annual submission of the district's five-year construction plan, FYCP, for 2026 to 2030, and authorize the superintendent president of the district to sign the formal documents that authorize action on behalf of the district as submitted.
So moved.
I have a motion and a second. Let me complete the reading of this important information that has to go into the record. The five-year construction plan, FYCP, is an annual document required by the State Chancellor's Office for projects that the district expects to pursue currently and over the state's budget window of 2026-2030. The purpose of the FYCP is to show the state that the district's use of facilities compared to student demand and to determine the funding worthiness. The FYCP does not obligate the district in a financial or contractual manner. A total of 15 capital construction projects have been identified for this year's FYCP, which are consistent with our 2024 Facilities Master Plan update. Approval of the FYCP is being requested to meet the state's July 1st, 2024 deadline. Trustee Zia made the motion, Trustee Baxter seconded. Any discussion? Trustee Ntuk?
It says Fusion at the top. Is that the Chancellor's software that data gets uploaded into? Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, roll call vote, please.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk. Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 12.4, this is a resolution, cash flow borrowing from the Los Angeles County Treasurer. This is an action item. I need a motion and a second that the Board of Trustees adopt resolution number 062624C to authorize short-term borrowing of up to $163.3 million from the Los Angeles County Treasurer as submitted.
So moved.
Motion by Trustee Ntuk, second by Trustee Zia. Any discussion? I have a question. Is there a reason why the paragraph in 12.3 was highlighted, but the paragraph in 12.4 is not? Is that just a minor discrepancy? Am I supposed to read what's not highlighted there? So I read the one in 12.3 because it was highlighted, but no, I don't need to read that? All right, I need a motion and a second.
So moved.
Oh, I'm sorry, we had that motion, right?
Yeah.
Trustee Zia and trustee Baxter. Additional discussion?
Actually, it's Untuck and Zia.
Untuck and Zia, correct. Motion by trustee Untuck, second by trustee Zia. Madam Secretary, roll call vote, please.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe and Tuck. Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 12.5, resolution cash flow temporary interfund cash borrowing access. This is an action item. I need a motion and a second that the Board of Trustees adopt resolution number 062624D to authorize short-term borrowing between funds of up to $46.5 million as submitted.
Second.
I've got a motion by trustee Untuck, second by trustee Baxter. Any discussion? Madam Secretary.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe and Tuck. Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 12.6, award of design build services, Stadium and Athletic Sports Complex Project, SASC. We did have that presentation earlier this evening. This is an action item. I need a motion and a second that the Board of Trustees approve Resolution 062624E, authorizing the Vice President, Business Services, or designee to enter into and execute the agreement for design build pre-construction services contract and authorize stipend payment of $175,000 to the design build entity not awarded the contract as submitted.
Second.
We've got a motion by trustee Untuck, second by trustee Baxter. Any discussion? Madam Secretary?
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe and Tuck. Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 12.7, new and/or revised board policy and administrative procedure, Chapter 3, General Institution, Board Policy 3720, 3725, first reading, and Administrative Procedure 3720, 3725, informational. This is a first reading, information only. BP 3720, computer and network use. AP 3720. BP 3725, accessibility of information and communication technology. AP 3725. Section 13, student services, 13.1, no items. Section 14, reports, 14.1, board committee reports. I do believe we have one board committee report. Trustee Baxter, trustee Untuck.
Yes, Trustee Baxter and I were part of the ad hoc bond committee, and we met this past Tuesday, yesterday. It was a virtual meeting with ourselves and Bonnie Moss and the bond council. There was about a dozen people on the call, but they gave us a great overview of the current campaign happening. Folks may have seen it on Facebook of kind of surveying the community. You can click through and get, do you like classrooms or water pipe repair more or less? And so there's a little survey that they've been running. So they give us some feedback that really strong engagements and, triple-digit increase in our social media impressions. But it's also a way to gather from the community what are their interests in ranking. We also went over the draft of a tracking poll and a survey and assessment that will be happening in the future about similar to what we did in 2023 when we were first evaluating the bond. So it was, I think, a very productive meeting, about an hour and 15 minutes, but a lot of good content. And similar to what they shared with us, we'll eventually come back to the full board. So there's nothing that anybody missed out on, that it'll be coming, and it's kind of a interim step that they haven't finished the work that they're doing, but they gave us a status update. I don't know if Trustee Baxter, have anything else you want to add?
Yeah, just one more thing. We're going to have another meeting July 9th. So this group is moving forward and doing a very good job.
Thank you, trustee Untuck and trustee Baxter, for your service on that very important ad hoc committee. We're moving on to section 15 on the agenda, public comments on non-agenda items. Madam Secretary, are there any public comments?
None received.
Thank you. All right, we have Oscar Gudijo.
Yes.
Gudijo is speaking to us about the construction department. Welcome, Oscar.
Thank you. Marcus Garvey once said, a people without the knowledge of their past history, origin, and culture is like a tree without roots. I stand here today with the harvest from the construction department. What kind of fruit does it bear? There's a wealth of talent that was and continues to be wasted, potential that isn't allowed to bloom, a waste of incredible and finite resource. My motives for raising these issues are pure, driven by a desire to see us all succeed. Even when some question my intentions, the truth remains, the construction department is derelict. We shouldn't have to settle for an education that doesn't teach us the bare minimum. We're burdened with paying for an education that doesn't educate us. We're investing time, a neutral resource, and it's used destructively. I pleaded for an investigation into retaliation, the real threat on campus. Instead, I'm scrutinized for my source, but you are my source. Look inward. We plaster active shooter warnings everywhere, yet you ignore those actively crippling our education, those retaliating against faculty, those intimidating students, and those crushing our dreams for a decent future. We dare not dream of brilliance, just a glimmer of hope. The silence in the face of injustice is a bitter one to swallow. You, the administration, haven't met your obligations. In the end, as Martin Luther King said, we remember not the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends. I offered solutions, but where was your support? There was a 2-story building that had to be demolished. A horrifying realization dawned on me that the scaffolding, a rusted monstrosity, was meant for the Thursday night students. One wrong move and it could have collapsed. You should thank Professor Holtz for his common sense and actual industry experience for refusing to allow his students to work on it or anywhere near it. That building was riddled with safety hazards and building code violations. It was built by your full-time instructors. I deeply regret that we have reached this point where internal disputes have taken priority over the education and safety of the students. Today, I mark my last attendance at this assembly, not as an act of surrender, but as a firm denunciation from the apathy and disinterest that has permeated this space. It's regrettable that for many, my absence represents a sense of relief rather than a call to action. This only shows the deep disconnect that exists between some members and the true purpose of the school. It is unacceptable that you allow bad habits at the expense of the students. I'm not saying goodbye. I'm leaving with the hope that the situation will serve as a turning point. We cannot allow indifference to be the legacy we leave to future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Oscar. Section 16 on the agenda, second closed session is not necessary. Section 17 on the agenda, this is our adjournment. 17.1, the next meeting of the Board of Trustees will be held on July 17th, 2024. Closed session at 4:30, open session at 5:30, and it is 8:18 p.m. This meeting is now adjourned.